Good morning, everyone. While we are waiting, can I please ask that we just do a quick morning check-in for all those tech-savvy people? You'll just scan. If you're not, you don't worry. Go to the website and punch in the code. And we're just doing a quick morning check-in. If everyone can just, can you please fill up from the front as much as possible? Try to get as close to someone else. So can we take out our phones, scan the QR code over there, and just do a quick morning check-in? It will take you 2 minutes, I think, to do.
Good morning, everybody. I think we're going to start now. If everybody please can take their seats. Okay, I'm just going to do a final check outside to see if we still have people outside. And then we're going to get this party starting. Okay.
So you just pick where you are feeling, what you are feeling, submit at the bottom, and it will come through to me.
the winner.
Yes, we check your moves, people.
Yes. That's why I
And
wanted the energy.
we have an awesome gift for the lady who did the most and who had the energy.
You might be one. You might be one. But are you? Were you moving? Were you ready for this? Were you ready for us? Yes. We'll
Okay,
see.
let's do the first gift. And it goes to the person who had the most personality and I think embraced the song the most. It's you. Yes, you.
Yes, you.
That's
Yes,
you.
you.
Yes. Come
Yes,
up and
you.
get your gift.
Come get your
Yes.
gift. Come get your gift.
Yes.
Yes.
Woo.
Yes.
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 There we go. Okay, ladies, thank you so much. And we have a few gents as well. Thank you and welcome to be here. We are going to start this. I think we're all nice and warm now. And we're ready to start. Lorato, are you ready?
I am ready.
She's born ready.
Are you guys ready for me?
She's born
Are
ready.
you guys ready for us?
Okay, now I'm older, so I'm out of breath. So I'm going to let her speak now.
So I'll be introducing my co-facilitator, Miss Kathy Klute. So she is the Public Relations and Events Manager of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology with 31 experience in higher education. So this explains why she says she's older.
Some of you weren't even born when I
Can
started here.
relate. I cannot relate. So she is a member of the Higher Education Resource Services, South African, her SA, and International Protocol and Business Etiquette Consultant. Kathy was the Western Cape Region Chairperson and the National Deputy Chairperson for the Professional Association, Marketing, Advancement, and Communication and Education for 4 years. Yo, I'm not even done with my diploma yet. But she is also a founding director of a nonprofit called SA Bond Free Youth Development. The main aim of the NPC is to mobilize and connect young people across geographical and socio-economic barriers from USA, Botswana, SA, and Injustice Program through conferences, networking, workshops, and training. Kathy has also been the keynote speaker at several women empowerment events. This makes sense, guys, doesn't it? Exactly. Because you're killing it. So she loves hiking, traveling the world, and spending time with family. She has an optimistic outlook on life, and her motto is, if things don't go right, just go left.
That's right. If things don't go right, just turn left. You can just change it, you know. Thank you so much, Lorato, for this lovely introduction. That is just my bio that Melanie wanted. It's not who I am. Who you are is who you grow up from when you were a little baby, the different chapters in your life. So we as women, we have different hats that we wear every day. We're the wife, we're the student, we're the daughter, the sister, the mother. Some of us are mothers. So we have so many different hats, and that makes us unique, everybody. Okay, now it gives me my pleasure to introduce my gorgeous co-facilitator, Lorato. Let me just get the bio out. Okay, Lorato has like 7 pages here that I have to read. No, I'm just kidding, guys. So, Lorato Segenoti, Lorato Patience Segenoti, is a senior peer educator and a peer mentor at CPUT. She is doing a second year in food technology. She's also a team leader of the 12 Shades of Green under the Student Leadership Academy of the Civic Engagement Unit. She's also part of the EmpowHer SA. Let's give a round of applause. Okay, now that we have the formalities out of the way, just a few important announcements. The bathrooms, ladies, I'm sure you all know, bathrooms is down on that side. The male bathrooms, it's on this side, but you also have to walk around that way. You just have to walk an extra mile for us ladies today. Okay, then can you all just switch off your cell phones? All right? And remember, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Take this into this day. All right? You are fearfully and wonderfully made. So without further ado, you can introduce our next item.
So, now that we're warm and we've been standing, I'd like to welcome our musical item, the choir. Please grace us with your presence.
A round of applause for them, please.
Thank you.
Aren't they beautiful, guys? Let's give them a hand. Gorgeous. Thank you very much, CPUT Choir. Let's give them another round of applause. And the songs that you sang were so fitting for this event. The first one with taking care of your children. Because your mother, they will take care of you because you grow up to be the woman you are today. And also the second one is to be grateful for your family because they gave you a name. And all of our names have meanings, so we must live up to that name that our family gave us. So without further ado on the program, I would like to call on our very first speaker. She is the Acting Dean of Students, Ms. Nonkosi Tolwana, and she will do the official welcome and opening this morning. Ms. Tolwana is the Acting Dean of Students and also the Substantive Director of the Center for Diversity, Inclusivity and Social Change at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Nonkosi holds a Bachelor of Education in Transformation and a MA in Sociolinguistics. She is a qualified educator and has worked extensively in academic and community development spaces. She also worked as a lecturer at Rhodes University, Grahamstown, and as the Director for Gender in the Department of Women, formerly Department of Women, Children and Children with Disabilities, now the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, before joining CPUT. Nonkosi is currently a member of the university strategic committees, such as the Management Committee, MANCOM, Senate Teaching and Learning, Senate Language Committee, Institutional Transformation Committee, Institutional Gender-Based Violence. She's telling me to stop, but I'm not going to stop because we should honor you. We should honor you for who you are. I know sometimes it's difficult to hear all these things, but this is called self-love. And sometimes we need to hear all these things that you've accomplished in life. So I'm going to go on, Mam Nonkosi. Okay, so she's on all these committees at CPUT because she's an empowered woman. She's a wonderful person, so that's why she serves on all these committees. Her other community memberships include being a board member of the South African Literacy Awards and South African chapter of Women in Peace Building. She has more than 18 years of experience in the field of transformation, education, sociolinguistics, gender mainstreaming, gender equality, and women empowerment. She has presented papers nationally and internationally on gender mainstreaming, diversity, inclusivity, as well as safe and inclusive spaces. She also co-authored books through book chapters in publications such as Interpreting in the Community, with Van Skyke Publishers, Voices of Our Own, that is in poetry, and Anthology of Women's Stories, Women in Writing Publishing. So let's give this phenomenal lady a wonderful round of applause.
Thank you, Kathy. I really don't know where she got that information from because I did not give them anything. I said, no, I'm just going to present myself. It's me. Ladies and gentlemen, and they, welcome today. I just want to start by greeting the host, that is our girls, our EmpowHer cohort today, our host, and secondly, greet our mentors, which are our beautiful staff members, as well as our mentees. This is our women that you see today. And it is quite a great, I also want to acknowledge the presence. I know she's coming, Miss Notsi. I don't know whether she has joined us, not yet. She will join us anytime, who's the former Chief Operating Officer of the NYDA, and Prof. Ngondi, who is joining us soon, and a number of our staff and students that are here today. Good morning, Molweni Goeiemorgen. Yes. Well, it's indeed our pleasure today to welcome you on behalf of the university. I welcome you, though you are the host, but I welcome you to this venue with warm hearts. And I also want to mention that I welcome you girls as you start your journey of EmpowHer, of being the first cohort of EmpowHer at CPUT. And I am not going to talk a lot. I'm just going to use other people's words today. But I just want to remind you the road that you are entering is the road that has been ran and ran quite successfully by your forebears. And your mothers, your grandmothers have been fighting this. And for many years, since 1930, when women were marched to Bloemfontein requesting to be included in the voting system. It was both black and white women. They joined hands in Bloemfontein in quite a number of issues, even following the 1956 is quite late. But I want to remind you that as we are starting this journey, we must remember that today is 29 years since the dawn of our democracy. And we always went, where are we now? It's 8 years after the adoption of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, which has Goal 5 on gender equality and women empowerment, and it's a cross-cutting pillar out of all 17 goals. Women fought very hard for that goal to be a cross-cutting, not only a standalone goal, but a cross-cutting goal across all 17 goals. It is again, I must also mention that it is again 29 years since we had, you hear women talking about Beijing. When they went to Beijing to fight for the rights that you are here today, 29 years ago, and where the idea of a women's decade was conceived in 1975 at the first World Women's Conference. When we always refer to that was, in fact, that the first was held in Mexico before the one in Beijing. So you can see that your fair bears, but unfortunately, I must say, colleagues, in all these efforts, and I want you to what's the word? I've just forgotten the word. But I want you to challenge the fact that in all these efforts, all these years that I'm mentioning, textbook writers have really never listened. They only took the works of men as the first publisher. You've heard 3 years ago, when there was, Forte was celebrating 100 years. There were 100 men. And forgetting the woman Gertrude Nontando wakanhlabathi, who graduated in 1928 at Forte. She was never mentioned, but she was the first graduate of education at Forte. So you see how textbook writers, because who owns the publishing industry? It's them. And that's why you will always find all this history. Some of you might not know, but I think you need to know this history, that what you are doing today has been done for many years by so many women, that next time when we have EmpowHer, when we have intergenerational dialogue, I'm going to take you through the journey. Colleagues, I am mentioning these women simply for one thing. As Ukethy has really indicated, that I have worked in the gender or women empowerment space for quite a number of years. And as I am opening today, I have witnessed, since I joined CPUT, the plight of young women at CPUT, whether as SRC or as tutors, but in any other position, how our young women are being used by men, one to win election, one to assist them, even in cases where they don't know. And they always think, and sometimes you see, because I have a fine eye, you can see that even the letter that a woman writes, you can see that it's not her words. It was written by another comrade to me on the same issue, but now it's coming back to you. Now you are assimilating, and I feel very hurt because this is killing your mindset. This is killing your who you are. Hence, I'm very happy to see your mentors, because I always say most of these things that are happening at CPUT is because our kids lack mentors. They need you as mentors. They need your alumni as mentors, because they do not have role models in their midst who are grabbing them by the hand. So, colleagues, I'm mentioning this because university life is challenging, and is a challenging phase for girl children like yourselves. And patriarchy is the single biggest threat to your future as young women. You fight each other being used by men. You also repel each other being used by men. You even assist men to win election and be your spies of your sisters. You no longer do the same things. Because in some cases, I usually say, hey, this girl, does she realize that is a future scientist? And now, if she can learn like this, where is she going to be in her life as a future academic, as a future adult? Because you must stand for yourself. But I'm going to share you a few words. And I now, while women, even queer women students, continue to make strides in ensuring emancipation, there is a second wave of patriarchy, and I've seen it creeping in even at CPUT. And it's hoping to silence our voice, silence our humanity and our development. And you know, patriarchy, bantwana bam, is fluid. It changes shapes. They will come in different shape. You look beautiful. You know, I like your perfume. You know, this is patriarchy trying to win your heart. I like the fact that you are bold. You can say that. Yeah, those are the issues that it is creeping its ugly head. And at the end of the day, we are not, I can simply say, in our life, as most often here, especially here, anyway, women and queer women are born into life of oppression, spaces of toxic masculinity, and patriarchal systems that force you into submissive roles and compliance and servitude. This has a devastating effect of you as young girls, and we want more from you. And again, I can say, if you look at, as we stand together today, as we are here today, we need to stand together to push back against the pushback. Our role as EmpowHer cohort in this conference, network, share ideas, because you are the brightest minds of CPUT. And Kathy said you are beautifully and wonderfully made in the image of him. And I also want to say, to quote Maya Angelou, that's why I said I'm not going, most of my opening remarks are not coming from me, but I will acknowledge the author. Maya Angelou said when she was invited to talk to a young women at the university in Los Angeles, don't give away your power. Find mentors in your life, whether it's a counselor, a lecturer, an administrator, or a senior student. It's so important to have somebody, especially when you feel challenged and when you feel you don't know, I don't know what to do. Just get someone. There's a lot of young women that Maya Angelou, he said, there's a lot of young women I've mentored who are in high school, and that kind of thing is still happening. What I'm trying to say to the mentors, to say, it is something that is going to happen. You've been mentoring at home, but you must transfer to CPUT. Michelle Obama, when she was talking in 2016, when she was talking to a group, not a group, the final year students of engineering, in fact, she urged the graduating class to embrace difficulties that they may have faced in life and take them as opportunities. She said, you should never view your challenges as a disadvantage. Instead, it's important for you to understand that your experience facing and overcoming adversity is actually one of your biggest advantages. Lucy Ayoto, who's also the leader of girls' movement in Ghana, she told the girls in the International Community School, university, she said, believe in yourself because there is more in you than you can imagine. Do not let the world or men define who you are. Don't be impressed by those pampering and those words, because they are taking you to the den. Challenges will come, that's what she said, Lucy, but use them as stepping stones to soar to greater heights. As you move up the ladder, extend a helping hand to others. Don't say, oh, now I've arrived, so I don't care about the next one. Well, there is enough light at the end of the tunnel, girls, for all of us. As others light your path, do what is ethically right to light the path of others. Michelle Remington in Saudi Arabia, KAUST is a school of a girls' school, says, take every opportunity and every advantage that you get as a person. It was the schools there. She says, if there's a team, or if there's a club, or if there's an organization, join it. Don't overcommit, of course, but make sure that you engage in a variety of activities. Doing your best in academic courses, while also playing sports, getting involved in various arts or any other clubs, even service organization, is how to develop your leadership skills as a woman. These activities require you to work with different people, and this involvement helps you to understand the importance of committing to a cause or a team beyond yourself and how effectively work with others. And not ensure that, there is this issue, I remember this issue of saying, of bashing all men, avoid bashing all men as trash. Not all men are trash, but also have a clear understanding of who you are dealing with, a person, not the umbrella word. You just need to have, when you get involved in all these issues, you just need to have the mindset that says, yes, I'll give it a try. When leadership opportunities present myself, say, yes, I'll give it a try. And of course, Vanita of the British School in New Delhi in India, what just said, I'm about to finish now. To all the young girls who aspire to become leaders in the future, I want to say, first, believe in yourself. You will meet many who will doubt your abilities, but don't be one of them. Learn to prioritize your aspiration, your passion, and most of all yourself. Because if you don't, no one else will. Always remember, I always say that I know students, always remember respect is non-negotiable. And there is no substitute for hard work. Let your talent shine through your work, not through somebody's words. If you want to be seen and treated as equal, act like one. Don't say you have your space. You must act like one, because if you don't, you are going to say, people do not respect me, but are you acting like as one? Well, the last one was the Miss South Africa Miss USA of 2017, when she was alma mater of University of Maryland. Udeshauna, when she was in college and working part-time, a stranger approached her to come and talk to the graduates. And she could not even know what to prepare, but she came up with such powerful words. Deshauna lost at the state pageant level for 6 years, lost the pageant for 6 years. But with determination in 2016, she finally became Miss USA. And when she was talking to the girls of Maryland, University of Maryland, she says, and I think this is the last message that I am going to leave you with as I declare this meeting open. She said to them, Miss USA, I will ask you one thing, to those girls. I'll ask only one thing of you today after you leave this university. I'm talking about CPUT in this sense. When you leave this building, do not fear failure. But please be terrified of regret. Don't say, oh, I wish I had not done it. Be terrified of regret. And also, if after you walk out of this door of CPUT, put CPUT is my own words, you will receive 100 doors shut, slammed in your face. You will also, again, every time say, why me? Why me? This reminds me of my sorry to those who are not Christians, of my reverend pastor in my church the other day, when she was saying whenever someone gets promoted, we should all be happy. We should embrace that person and say, thank you, Nonele, for getting your master's on time. Thank you, Nonele, for graduating. Thank you, Mandisa, for doing this. Why? Because God will bless you too. And number two, the key is becoming shorter. God will not answer at the same time as you require. It says it is a queue. We are all doing different prayers asking for promotion. But God will take his time, but be quite excited when someone is blessed, because the queue is becoming shorter. So, Udeshian says, you will have again 100 moments that will be filled with someone. With these 100 doors shut and slammed in your face, you will have also 100 moments filled with someone telling you, no, don't, it's not helping. Don't do that. Please, I'll ask you today, as your mama, I'm not Mam Nunkos, I'm mama. Don't, I like a prefix, it must be clear to mama. Or rather you say Nunkos, mama or Mam Cholwan, but not Mam Nunkos, because, you know Mosnin. You are. So I'm saying, when I ask you today, many people will say, when your doors slam and say, I've crossed lines with the acting team. No, don't push on. Don't do it. I mean, do it. And in other words, continue to be disrespectful and also continue to do what you do. No, don't take no from another person. Please ensure that you are also, the 100 doors that closed for you is equal to 100 doors that will open for you. Don't give up. Don't give hope. With those few words, colleagues, I'm saying don't give up. And again, with those few words, the reason why I chose these goals today is because I know there are mentors and mentees today, which I really appreciate. And I hope you will cling by the thread to those women that are here today. They should have been in town and doing with their families, but they chose to be here with you because they are concerned about your future. They are concerned about the road that you are going to walk, that they have walked. You need to learn from those forebears. There is nothing like saying, hi, this, badala ababantu. They have the scars. Learn from their scars. Don't want to test the skies from you. And they are going to change your scars into stars. I am telling you, believe you me. With those few words, Program Director, I declare this wonderful gathering open.
Mama. Thank you very much for the wise words. Thank you for reminding us of the history of women who made it possible for us to gather here today. The next speaker is a 21-year-old from KZN. The only girl with 2 younger brothers. She is studying civil engineering in her 3rd year and serves as the deputy chairperson of Belleville local SRC. Mandisa Gumede. She will be giving us the message of support from the local SRC. Please let's clap hands for Mandisa. Where is she?
Esteemed Acting Dean, distinguished guest speakers, esteemed SRC members, our student development practitioner, the founder, managing director, TPM Corporate Services, Western Cape Provincial Ministers of Health, and the remarkable women gathered in this hall. Allow me to commence with the powerful words of our struggle, and I'd love you to repeat after me. Amandla. Watinta abafazi, watinta imbogodo. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. These words resonate as a testament of the strength and resilience of the woman throughout the history. I extend my warmest greetings on this significant occasion dedicated to women empowerment. In my capacity as Umandisa Kumete, the local SRC Deputy Chairperson of the Belleville campus, I am honored to stand before you today. Within the halls of our university, we as young women possess a distinctive opportunity to effect positive change. We emerge as strong, independent, successful individuals. However, in achieving this, it requires a collective effort to establish a nurturing empowerment environment for ourselves and our peers. Today, we gather to celebrate women's empowerment. For long, women's contributions have been undervalued and underestimated. It is time we acknowledge and appreciate the invaluable contributions of women and strive for a world where every individual is treated with the utmost respect and dignity, irrespective of their gender. And together we pave the path towards a future where women's voices are not only heard and also cherished by both men and women. I have a minor story, I'll be quick. I have a minor story I want to share with you. We had an opportunity to attend a women's conference held by the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science, Innovation, and on behalf of the young women in the SRC, we would like to say thank you to Umam Nonkosi for the opportunity to attend. And we learned so much. And I'd like to share just a few of what we have learned. As women, okay, one thing was raised there. It was said, as women, we must learn to uplift each other. We must learn to support each other. We often talk about challenges we face in the society. That is still largely dominated by men. But we must also be aware of the challenges we face within our community. When women don't support each other, it is very very hard to make progress. And to create such an environment, we both female and male, have to unlearn the fact that she cannot do it, but he can, because we as women can do it. And in conclusion, I invite you all to actively engage in this event to share your insight on how you can enhance CPUT as a haven for women's growth and progress. Once again, thank you.
I'm asking her to stand there, ladies, because I think we need a moment of silence for that heels. Look at those heels. Yeah, because I don't know if you guys also have that feeling, When you put on heels, you feel powerful. It just gives you that extra step. It gives you that power. It's like you're elevated to different levels. So thank you. Thank you for those heels. Thank you also for those wonderful words. I think we've come a long way with this conference, and as she said, this is such a wonderful initiative. When I started here in 1989, we didn't have this as a student. We didn't have this. We had to survive on our own. Men were our bosses. Okay, we still have some men who are bosses, but I mean, we had to listen to them. That was our life. We didn't have this. So you are so fortunate to have this, to have these initiatives, and that's why it's an honor for me today to introduce you our next speaker, Melanie. She's the driving force behind this initiative as well. It's an initiative between the Department of Student Affairs and the Transformation Office. It was launched in 2022, and this year it's the first conference that they have. So it is really an honor. I absolutely love working with Melanie, actually. She's my colleague and she works with the students. I love working with Melanie. So please give me a moment to also read her bio, short bio. Melanie Empowhersa is the Student Development Officer at SGLD in the Division of Student Affairs. She has extensive experience in student development, ranging from experience in the HIV field, student development for more than 20 years. Her passion is creating spaces for young people to learn, engage, develop themselves, as well as growth within their university life. I think we can all attest to that one. Melanie Empowhersa has coordinated various transformation programs ranging from the Green Campus Initiative. She is the Golden Key CPUT advisor. She also leads the EmpowHer since its inception in 2022. Melanie Empowhersa also mentors and advises on various committees internally as well as externally, stemming back from a time at UWC HIV/AIDS units, her work on student leadership programs and initiatives, and also lead her to experience within student affairs. Melanie Ann works with both internal and external stakeholders and maintains the coordination of various structures within the institution. Melanie Empowhersa is a mediator, advisor, as well as a motivational speaker, an advocate for women empowerment as well as development. People, I can go on and on and on with Melanie. Melanie is one of the most amazing people, so let us put our hands together for Melanie Empowhersa.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. That's much better. While I just put up my presentation, just give me a quick second to get this on. How are we all doing today? I am so good. I am blessed to be here, to be sharing this platform with wonderful speakers and women who will be engaging with you, and most importantly, to have the students and the mentors here. So my job today is to just give you an overview about the EmpowHer program and give you a bit of history of where we were, or where we started, and where we want to go to. But a lot of what we are going to be doing today and tomorrow will be getting engagement or input from you as young people, as mentors, on how we're going to shape EmpowHer moving forward. So this is a photo of beautiful ladies at our launch last year. I think this is just such a fitting photo to capture what EmpowHer stands for here at CPUT. So we need to go back to understand where this all started. And at CPUT, we launched EmpowHer here on the 30th of August, 2022. Now, EmpowHer is not only an initiative here at CPUT. It launched in Nigeria and 2 universities there, and we were lucky enough to have a professor and Mama Nonkosi who said, we need to bring this to CPUT. And with that, we launched CPUT in August, right at the end of Women's Month. We said, we need to launch this. And really, the launch was about celebrating the academic, sporting, and community development achievements of young women at CPUT. We really acknowledged leaders, peer educators, peer helpers, those that are excelling academically, those that are excelling in sports. It's so amazing what young women are achieving out there. We just don't hear about it enough. And this program was conceptualized to offer training and mentorship in an effort to empower young women, and specifically focusing on undergraduate students. So I wanted to show you some photos of the launch. We had 300 young women together at a very fancy do in the sports hall, and we had some engagements. Young women could say what they want EmpowHer to be for them. We also acknowledged the inspiring young women and presented quite a number of awards from nominations from our faculties and our various student affairs departments. Later on in that year, in October, we also launched or had a women's health and wellness campaign where we promoted the MENA Cup, and we're very lucky to have the MENA Foundation here, and Klubi from MENA Foundation will be speaking with us later on. We also had various other health and wellness NGOs and organizations that focuses on women's health join us. We also this year had an EmpowHer online induction where we met online on a Saturday from 10 till 2 to really just discuss and engage. Some of you might not have been part of this, but from today, you're all going to be part, right? Yes. And that's why you are here. So there's a proverb, or an African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So at this point, I want to indicate to you that EmpowHer is not Melanie Hara, it's not DSA alone. The Division of Student Affairs is made up of 7 departments. It is our HIV unit, headed by Melanie Swanson, sitting below. She's our acting HOD of our campus health, so they're also another department. We have our disability unit. Colleagues from disability units, raise your hand and wave. We've got Alicia. Any other colleague? If I'm missing you, I apologize. I can't see. But Lillian, right over here, walking in on time. We have sports, arts, and culture. Our colleagues from sports, arts, and culture, and the new HOD will be starting soon there, but Mr. Zandile Jacobs is acting in that post. We have student life and residential services, which is residence departments. We have student counseling. Our colleagues from student counseling, are we here? They are around because they've got tables and information stalls. And we've got SGLD, Student Governance and Leadership Development, the office that I'm from. More importantly, that's just DSA. We've got the Center for Inclusivity, no, the Center for Diversity, Inclusivity and Social Change, under the leadership of Mama Kusawa. Sorry, I'm learning. As the acting director of that center. And then we also have partnerships with the Strategic Initiatives Office. Dr. Maleka is over there. Give her a hand. And we have so many departments that have said that they are so vested in you as young women. Most importantly at this point, I would love to just acknowledge the mentors in the room. If you are a staff mentor, EmpowHer mentor, could we just stand, please, so that the students can see who you are? You know who you are? Prof. Bondi. Prof. FID, Prof. Tondi as well from FID is also a really key partner in EmpowHer. This is really a collective effort. EmpowHers is ours as CPUT. Ours, yours, mine, ours collectively. And we want to go far. We want to go together. And this is what the aim of this conference is. So to give you a bit of an overview very quickly, because we need to understand where we're going, right? What's the purpose of today so that we're all on the same page. The EmpowHer conference is about establishing a young women's network that is aimed at transforming young women's lives through mentoring, coaching, and training to reach higher levels of personal growth and development. This conference calls for collaboration, engagements, and innovations to empower young women to enhance oneness through gender parity as crucial attributes for grooming smart CPUT young women. So we want to create supportive environments where young women can connect. Most importantly, you come together outside of your class environment. You come together from different backgrounds. And we find ways to support each other through my sister's keeper philosophy. We've heard it from some of the previous speakers. How do we create that environment where we really support each other? It's almost so easy to tear each other down. You know, we need to work harder at creating safe spaces for young women and supporting them. And this conference and EmpowHer is that safe space. That's what we want to do, and that's our aims and objectives. We've got our mentors here. We want to link young women with potential mentors. That is alumni, staff, elders who can provide guidance in your career path and personal lives. EmpowHer is not only looking at academics. It's not only looking at your career, but speaking from personal experience, you need people in your life to share with you the lessons. Mama Nonkosi has said, learn from others' scars. You don't have to feel that yourself. Let's learn from each other. And I'm so happy and overwhelmed by the positive response from our CPUT staff. It just shows that they care 100% about you and our future. So we thank them for all their contributions, coming to spend a Saturday and Sunday with you. More probably will be joining us throughout. But we thank them, and we will speak about this a bit later on as well when I speak more about the mentorship program. Skills development, we want to impact your lives by giving you skills that are necessary and relevant to develop you, to set you apart from your counterparts, to make you more employable, to make you shine and stand out like you should, right? Yes. So that's what EmpowHer will do. And we are not just a tick box and a conference. This program is going to continue, meaning post this conference, we're going to have regular communication with you. We're going to be inviting you to programs. We're going to invite you to take leadership within this space. So it's not coming from us. You are going to say what it is you want, and you are going to be the leaders in creating those platforms that you so wish to engage on. So from me, that is the overview of Empower Her. And I hope you are all smiling like beautiful Jessica. I hope I've got her name right. Nicole, sorry, Nicole. Nicole, is she here? Okay, she's not here, but she was one of the recipients last year. I'm sure she'll be joining us. But I thank you. I put my name there and Tamiso's name just as contacts. Please reach out if you want to take the lead. Please reach out if you want to make a difference in your space. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the answers. The first one.
She is a 5-letter word. When you take out the first word, she is the name of the country. You take out the 2 first letters, she is the opposite of both. What is she? What is she? What is she? What is she?
Can we have a hand? Who's going to answer that? All right. Give us an answer. Wait, I'll bring you the microphone. Let me run. Oh, you guys.
She is a 5-letter word. You take out the first word, she becomes a country's name. You take out the first 2 letters, she becomes the opposite of the word.
Hey!
What is she?
Woman!
So you guys didn't know that she's a woman? You guys are not aware that Mary is a woman? But why were you guys quiet all this time? But okay.
Okay, that is a gift for her. Can you maybe come up? I'm not going to run back to you.
So this gift will be going
Let's
to
give her a
Barbara
hand.
because she got it right. Thank you very much, Melanie. Thank you, Babala. Thank you to our women. Thank you very much. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to welcome our drama performance. So the drummer, because women are known for drama. Let's clap hands for the drama performers. Thank you. Are you guys nervous? Drama performers, we're waiting for you.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like that.
You don't think it's okay? You can switch it off.
Let's get up, ladies.
Who's getting?
Wow, wow, wow. Ladies, ladies, wow.
I
You know-
saw you. I saw you. And this time the energy. The energy. And it was hot in here. It was very hot. But guy, I know what that thing that made this possible. This made this possible. But guy, we know the winner. We've got our winner. But fortunately for you guys, we've got two winners.
Yes.
Lady in red. Lady in red. Lady in red. Please come get your gifts.
And our next lady is the lady with the moves. Excited much, eh? Thank you, ladies. Okay, we are going to introduce. You see, my age is getting to me. I cannot do this. You see, I never thought I'm going to get old, so I'm still hiding it, but I'm gray as hell. And I'm embracing this now. So this is what we need to do, ladies. We embrace every chapter in our lives. We embrace it and we take it on and we carry on. That's right. We embrace it. So I am out of breath. So Loretta will take over.
Firstly, to the drama performers. That was heartfelt. Hey, our sister. Oh, you did your things. We felt where you came from. We felt your pain. Thank you. So our next speaker is the one and only Ntombi Bota, the favorite of peer educators. We all know her. Peer educators, we know her. She comes every time. She's always with us. So please, let's clap hands for Ntombi Bota. I will read her bio right now. She is a 25-year-old, 3 times financial accounting graduate at Cape Peninsula University of Technology. She's also a published author of a book titled A Seed Grown into the Flower. Aye, let's buy books, girls. Let's support our sister. We're gonna support our sister, right? We're definitely buying the book, right? Definitely. I love that. She has volunteered herself selflessly and became the best award-winning mentor. Another mentor. Hi guys, if you leave here without a mentor today, I get who batlang. Because there are a lot of mentors here. Find somebody that you think you're going to be comfortable with and allow that person to work with you. Exactly, thank you. She's a proud founder and CEO of the Hope Foundation. Boss babe. Girl moves. We love it. Whose mission is to restore hope to the hopeless souls. So, amongst other things, she is Ubuntu ambassador, a philanthropist, inspirational speaker, master of ceremonies, project coordinator, and Heart of Gold competition winner. Let's clap hands for Ntombi Bota. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. That was such a mouthful bio, isn't it? And I would have expected someone taller as well. Someone who looks a little bit bigger, but fortunately it's me. I'm not sure if it's fortunately or unfortunately, but that person is me. And you might be wondering why so many titles at a very young age. I'm very young, and most of these titles, I got to own them just at the age of 21. So I must say I've been a little bit lazy the past 2 years, but you know we grow and we have to focus on certain aspects of our lives at a certain time. So today we are here because some of us are empowered, and that is mainly why I have so many titles. I was looking and searching for a place where I can become an empowered woman. So when I was looking at this, it's a big word because some of us, we get to use it more often without maybe an understanding of what it really means to be empowered. And an empowered woman is, or being empowered, first of all, is having the knowledge, the confidence, and the ability to make decisions by yourself. And this is why I got to this. She forgot something very important. I am an award-winning peer educator. I don't want that to be left out. And I am saying a peer educator because once a peer educator, I love that. Awesome. And an empowered person makes positive choices, takes actions, and wants to advance themselves, wants to become a better person. And an empowered person looks for opportunities where they can grow. Because most of us, we box ourselves, we lock our, sorry, I can't, thank you. You know when you're a little bit nervous and there's someone talking on the side. An empowered person decides that I've lived well enough, I've lived until a certain stage, and now it's time for me to unlock the box that I've locked myself on. Because most of us as young women, we live with fears. We create a box. Please hear this. I can't move because of the mic. Oh, yeah, we can give you another mic. Yes, please.
See, that's what I like. She knows that. She owns this, eh?
Yeah, guys, this is a very beautiful outfit, I think. You deserve to see this. Yeah. So an empowered person decides that it's time now to unlock that box. Because most of us as young women, we create. I want to use the word create because you were not born as a loser. You were not born as someone that's fearful. You were not born as someone that decides that they can't do certain things in life. As Umamu Nongosi has mentioned, I also love the Bible, and I'll apologize if I use it more often to those who oppose, right? So, God did not create you to be fearful. We all have destinies. And what I like is that for you to reach that destiny, you don't know what you're going to go through. You don't know any of the obstacles that you are going to face. This is why I say we create these boxes, because we want to shrink ourselves to believing that our past define who we are. Our past are the decider of our future, which is not the case. When you unlock the box that you've created, you unlock your potentials. You unlock your abilities. I wrote a book because I created a box for myself. I was one person who thought that I had to look a certain way. I had to be taller. I had to have certain features in my body. And I think this is why we have a Barbie movie. How many of you have watched the movie? A lot, right? And the movie is undoing the damage that it has done. I don't want to dwell on that, because most of us grew thinking that a perfect woman is what we see in a doll. A perfect woman is a statue that they clothe in a clothing store. So I created that image in myself, thinking that I had to be that way to be a perfect woman. And by the time I got to my first year, fortunately or unfortunately, I started to realize that, because at high school you dress like everyone else. You wear your school uniform every day. When you get to university, you need to dress up differently each and every day. And that is why I then realized that I have certain features that do not look like a Skayonela. I have certain features that do not fit in that perfect description that I've created myself. And when I've decided that it's now time to get out of this box, I joined the peer education program. And for those who may not know, that was me taking the first step to saying, I am now ready to stand in front of 10 people in a dialogue. I'm now ready to go and do discussions in different residences. That was me showing up for myself. And I wrote this book because I want another person that's growing up as I did with those to see that that's not your final destination. You need to unlock the box. And the more I showed up, I remember, I think it was 2018, we also had a conference like this. I was the MC like her. And that was the first time I was in front of more than 200 people. I had to do what? To show up. Because the unit had trusted me to MC the event. The unit had trusted me with the program of the day. And I had to wear the same dress or the same outfit that I thought was only going to be worn by a perfect woman. And that was me rewriting my story and defining myself the way that I should be. So I think it's important that you unlock that box. You are not who you were. You are not where you come from, number one. You are not who the society has taught you to be. You are who you say you are. You are who God had created you to be. The minute you unlock that box, you see that there's light at the end of the tunnel. I did not only become a published author, but I was a self-published author. Because when you unlock the box, you get to realize that I don't need their support to do it. I can do it by myself. And that is what we find in the definition of empowerment, having the confidence to take your own decision and to do things by yourself. It is so beautiful to do things by yourself and owning that victory, because you prove to yourself that whatever obstacle I may face in the next chapter of my life, I'll be able to overcome it because you've done it before. So this is why I want us today, as we are in this EmpowherSa conference, to unlock the boxes. Some of you may be here thinking this is where I'll end up, but I want to promise you that there's a lot that you can still do out of university. I started rewriting my story in university, not knowing how much doors or how many doors even the peer educator itself program is going to open for me. I got my first employment because of the volunteer work experience I had on my CV. So do not take being here for granted. You are here for a purpose. This is going to rebuild you. You don't know how many doors being here today is going to open for you. I became Ubuntu ambassador because I noticed that we need what we call a sister. We need someone that we can trust, someone that we can lean on. Some of us are going through a lot. You're coming from a home where they are depending on you to unlock certain doors. You're coming from a background where you did not think you'd be even in university because of the lock that you've placed yourself in, or because of where your family comes from. Even the family boxes, you need to unlock that. You are not the poverty that you grew up on. You are not whatever you had to face as a child. And most of the time, we do not talk about the hard topics, but yes, you're not even part of that rape that happened when you were 3 years old. That does not define who you are. If you had the control and the means to ensure that it does not happen, you would have, right? But it was entirely not up to you, so do not live up to that. You guys are too serious for my liking. And I went as far as looking, what does empowerment mean in a Bible? And empowerment in a Bible is used more often as enabling, permitting, giving authority. So I'm here today to remind you and to assure that you can enable yourself. I am one person who believes that it starts with me. Because you live with yourself each and every time. What you go through through with yourself. I think we all have that inner person. I had an inner person. I still do. I have my inner girl that's married now that I need to get to her. You know, she has everything that I want. You too have that person, and that's the person that you need to ensure that is proud of you. That is the one person that has been with you through it all. Stop thinking about what Ntombi will say, what Ntombi will not say. You know what you need. So just to touch base on you know what you need, I recently bought a car. Okay, not like that, but and in 2021 I had a house break-in. So I was working from home and they got in and they took my work equipment and my techies and my cell phone and stuff. So a place where I was safe, I no longer felt safe. So that is a trauma that is still with me, that stayed with me for so long. And earlier 2022, I wanted to get the car, but I'm like, I still live here. So my baby will not be saved. Where am I going to drive? Where am I going to park this car? But 2023, on my birthday, I decided that that does not define me. I had no control over that, so I'm going to walk over that. And then I got the car, I drive it, it's been 2 months, I drive it and I park it at the same area because they're not God. God allowed it to happen because I believe that He allows certain things to happen so that we may be aware that they do happen and that He is still God regardless. So I want you to deal with that trauma because I bought my car, honestly, took it out of the car dealership. My sister drove it with me. I parked it, and on the third day, I'm like, okay, this is the third day. I'm still taking a taxi to work. It's not that I couldn't drive. It's not that I did not, just that I didn't have the confidence to take the car out of the yard and drive it in the same area where I had buried myself, in the same area where trauma happened, in the same area where I have fears. On the fourth day, I was like, no way, I'm driving this car, and I'm still driving it today to work. So you too need to unlock it. Let that trauma know that I know that you exist. I'm going to feel you somehow, but you're not going to be the decider of what I do next. May you find the confidence. Confidence is found in areas where you don't think you may find them. When we had this conference, 2018, in this hall, I was one of the people that was sitting because, you know, you MC and then you sit. And there was a girl who came here. She had a book. So she had a book and she held it like this and then she told us what the book is about. And then at the end of the event, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to go to her and ask her, how did you go about publishing your book? And at the time, I had not realized that I had written a book because when I wrote my book, I was not writing a book. I had a ghost WhatsApp contact that I would write to. So if we are in a conference like this, I would go back to that WhatsApp contact and tell my insecurities how they then made me feel, because I had so much insecurities. And I'd be like, dear insecurities, today I stood there and I spoke, shame on you, because I did what I thought I could not do. And then at the end of the event, unfortunately, I could not see her, and I was so damn proud of her, because a young person writing a book and publishing it, it's an achievement, I don't want to lie. But when I published my book, I was like, I'm going to go back to that conference. Melanie better invite me, and I'm going to have my book on my hand. And I do now. So some of the things that you dream of, some of the things that you see are possible. I want to remind you that it is possible. Graduating next year or a year after, it is. I graduated 3 times. So it is possible. You can do it. You just need to have confidence. Go back and look, what is an empowered person do? They show up in confidence, above their fears. Let that fear know that I know you exist. Let that anxiety, young people suffer from anxiety, I still do. Let that anxiety know that I'm going to walk past those people and I'm going to greet them. And shame on you. Okay. And as I'm about to wrap up, thank you for coming. And may this event change. It changed my life. I saw a published author, and I'm working back 4 years later, 3 years later, as a published author. You too can do it. And do not take being here for granted. It will do wonders for you, best believe. I'm talking from experience. Peer educators, this is going to unlock so many doors for you. Tumi should know, Melanie know, we come back and tell her, it's a door unlocker. It's not an experience that you're just going to have. That certificate that you have is going to unlock doors that even a paying job would not have unlocked. You are all beautiful. Thank you.
Look at that, a standing ovation. This is a proud product of CPUT. And you guys are going to come back just like that. And you're going to speak, and you're going to show your book. And you're going to show, there we go. So that is so awesome. Thank you so much, Ntombi. Thank you so much. Ntombi also spoke about doors, and Mam Nkosi also spoke about those open doors. Remember, those doors will open for you. So don't spend too much time regretting and being sad over a door that's closed, because you will miss the one that opened up for you. So listen to that. You've heard it twice now. 2 speakers spoke about that open doors. And doors will open for you. Look at her. Look at her. Thank you so much once again. It is now my privilege and honor also to introduce our next speaker to you. We are a little bit over time, people, a little bit over time. So I'm just asking speakers also, to let us stick with the time so that we can finish everything in time today. Our next speaker is Ms. Palesa Notsi. She's the founder and managing director of TPM Corporate Services. If she can come up meantime. Palesa began her professional journey in 2002 at Mechimaholo local municipality, where she laid the foundation for her career by creating programs that focused on youth development. She advocated the integration of youth-focused initiatives within the municipality. She served as a crucial liaison between the municipality and its youth, forging meaningful relationships with stakeholders from the public and private sectors. Her dedication to youth empowerment led her to actively participate in organizations such as the Free State Young Women's Network, Young South African Women in Dialogue, and the ANCYL NEC. These platforms further fueled her commitment to making a difference in young women and youth's lives. Later, she joined the National Youth Commission as the manager for the local government program, where she continued her passion for advocating for youth development. She played a pivotal role in analyzing government policies, coordinating the pilot projects, and engaging with stakeholders to effect change. Palesa then advanced to the National Youth Development Agency, where she first served as a senior manager for the corporate investments, bringing a passion for youth development to the forefront. Her work was marked by advocacy for youth development, policy analysis, and mobilizing youth participation. Palesa then advanced to the role of Executive Director for ICT and Communications at NYDA, where her responsibilities extended to the strategic aspects of youth empowerment. She actively represented NYDA in various platforms during her tenure, forging valuable relationships with external stakeholders. She is pursuing a master's in business administration at Regenesis Business School, building on a previous qualification, which include a master's degree in development and management, a BA Honours in Development and Management, and certificates in various areas of management and administration. Palesa's career journey is a testament to her unrelenting commitment to youth development and empowerment. As she continues her education and pursues her MBA, she remains dedicated to effecting positive change and inspiring the next generation of leaders, and that is you. Welcome, Palesa.
I did not hear the round of applause for me. Well, what started just a very dull morning for me, it looks like I'm being inspired by you, because I see a lot of energy, I see a lot of beauty, and I'm so inspired, and I'm really honored to be with you today. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, organizers. Oh, Sis Nongos, you said you are Mama now. I've met Sis Nongosi so many years ago. You know, she's an agent for transformation. She's a gender activist. We've been with her in the national government. We've been with her in the women organizations, South African Women in Dialogue. I can say a whole profile. So thank you for continuing to do the work. You know, she's continuing to fight, because she knows that it is important that as young women, as women of South Africa, we are forever reminded that we are unique. Indeed, we've got struggles, but we can do it. And why we can do it is because we are descendants of greatness. I think earlier on she spoke about many women who have changed the trajectory of history. In our own country, we have your Winnie Mandela, who against all odds fought for the liberation and transformation, for gender justice and gender equality. We are talking about Miriam Makeba. History is endless about the role that women have played that brought us this very important month called August month. I know that organizers were fighting very hard for us to have this event during August, but unfortunately, we are a lawyer. I did not receive my bag. I wanted to be very beautiful for you today, so that I inspire confidence. I'm sure you are asking, well, Mara, this speaker, why is she wearing a biker jacket? No, I came like this last night. So the airport lost my bag. I was very depressed this morning. I don't have even my makeup. I don't have lashes. I don't have eyeliner. Ladies, do you know a trauma of not having a makeup bag with you? Have you felt it? But you know what? As I was contemplating and I said, am I going to the airport to fight? She said a very important thing as she was speaking, the lady before me. She said, you need to show up. It doesn't matter what you are going through. So I had to show up, and then we are not talking. We are having a problem of communication with Melanie N, and I'm sitting there and I say, I am not sitting in this hotel. I'm going to CPUT. Where is Uber when I need it? So I took Uber and I came here because I said I need to be with these young women because I've got to remind them that no matter what you are going through, no matter how many doors are being shut down, you are still going to make it because you are made like that. You are unique like that. You are the descendants of Queen Njinga. Do you know about her? You must read about her. She was a warrior woman in Angola. She fought many battles. Colonizers know her. Know these women and be them. Queen Mantatisi in Lesotho. She was also a warrior woman. She really, marched and led from the front. Queen Nandi, how can we forget about her? Was standing on those giant shoulders of her. And when we reflect about the women of today, your own Zozi Binetunzi, the first female black young woman from South Africa became a Miss Universe. Are you still not inspired? Casta Semenya, who fights every day for acceptance. Mandy Samfega, who got the wings for the first time as a combat pilot. We are talking about women like that. Should I bring it more home? You know, every day you wake up when you are sleeping and you feel like the world is on top of you, as Beyonce says. You sit in a university, you are from poverty-stricken communities. You are here to bring hope to your people because you need to take them out of that poverty. But you are sitting in a campus where you are challenged every day, one by poverty that we are all facing, especially as black young women. Two, by the inequality where a male child or a boy child will be chosen before a girl child. And three, by gender-based violence. Young women are being killed in campuses, are being killed in universities. We are just not in a safe environment. Now, that can make you doubt yourself and say, maybe we don't belong. But I want to say to you today, know who you are and know what your worth is. And you have to fight for it. Speakers before me, without repeating them, they said doors are going to close. As you were listening to my profile, I left corporate, I left the boardroom, but I can tell you stories about the boardroom, and it's still indeed happening. When you are a woman and you are a leader, and I'm sure if you also read recently about women leadership in universities, for example, Mamokgethi Phakeng, Lenkabula at UNISA, it's only those universities that are led by women where you see cracks and challenges, where you see people who are hell-bent to, highlight the weaknesses of such leadership. And you forever ask yourself that, I sit in boardrooms and I've seen so many men who are not capable, but no one can point out to them to say, Mr. So-and-so is weak. Mr. So-and-so lacks depth. Mr. So-and-so is emotional. And Mr. So-and-so is dramatic. And women who are in those boardrooms know that 80% of the men that were within boardrooms are very dramatic. And they are very emotional. And it is women who are expected to keep it together. It's women who are not supposed to say, no, don't talk to me like that. When you say, don't talk to me like that, they say, emotions, emotions. And imagine when you are a Palisa and you are from a youth movement, and you are expected to wear a heel and a suit and sit in a boardroom and keep your voice low and keep your voice mild. How difficult it is. And you are brought up by people who are saying, if it means you must shout, so that you can put your point across. But we are not there. Today we are here to remind ourselves that, CPUT, we can bamba. We are able to chill with the big girls. As much as social media portrays women as those that are drinking too much, as those that are slay queens, as those that are incapable, especially the current generation where you are bogged down by so many things that you are not even responsible for. Because people cannot grasp that you have arrived. Imagine her and such a big profile and she's so short. It's painful to others. Others catch feelings. And when they catch feelings, they will want to suppress her and say, you are doing it too much. Haven't they threatened you that you won't get married the way you are going? That you can't buy a house because no man wants a woman with a house? That you can't buy a new car because no man wants a woman who has arrived? That even if you've got so many graduations and qualifications under your belt, play them down a bit and be humble. Haven't you been told that? Oh, Magumede from the SRC, where is she? Leadership. How are you? You are 21. Eh? Yeah, she's leading. But I am sure she is challenged every day as the deputy. Next time you must be the chairperson. Eh? We don't want deputy positions anymore. But I know with this leadership, you are going to make it. What I want to appreciate about the session today is because it gives you time to reflect. But it also gives you time and space and a platform to, pull yourself back to yourself. And to note and acknowledge that as much as there are challenges, there's been these challenges before. The 20,000, the women of the 1950s and 1930s had better challenges than we have. Today we've got platforms that have been created for us. Of course they are still challenging, but at least we can do something about it. Someone spoke about mentorship. I've seen beautiful mentors that are here. Most women before you did not have mentors. They couldn't even speak to anybody about any challenges that they are facing. Studying is hard. Being in a community outside your normal community, you left your homes, others are from KZN, others are from Free State, others are from many angles of this country. You came here to be a different community, and that comes with its own problems. Now you need mentors like that. You need networks such as this one that continues to say, come back, we are here. It's hard, and nobody said it's going to be easy, but you are going to make it because Zozi Bini made it, Winnie Mandela made it, Caster Semenya made it, Mandisa Mfeka made it, Zoleka Patel is still fighting down there. So many of us of the same uniqueness are still pushing forward. Because as women, we have to be of a certain caliber for our countries to make it. Most of you won't believe it, but if it was not for the march of 1956, I don't think South Africa would have even thought about democracy. Because we had women who said, you know what, we will close this country. Of course, others are basking in that sun. It's okay. There are men, they like basking even when they didn't do anything. You saw him, he was just polishing one shoe. And he was complaining. We're not talking about cooking. We're not talking about going to work. We're not talking about wearing heels the whole day. We're not talking about PMS. We're not talking about so many things. People who can't even buy bread, they will tell you there's no bread. I'm a married woman, I know. And I always ask, who ate the last slice? I don't eat bread. I'm trying to shape up. The one who ate the last slice must have known there's no bread. Why are you telling me now? Now who must go and buy bread? No, it's because, I don't do groceries. I agree you do groceries. But who ate the last bread? But we're strong as women. We are there. I want to leave you with 4 things, right? Because I wanted to speak about life experiences. I did not want to go much into history because I was told to come and inspire you. Number 1, you need to build up your confidence. These things can be scary. You go there, you address in parliament. Where I used to work, I used to head ICT and comms, so I used to go and make my reports all the time. Those of you who are learning technology, especially in the STEM, you know how you are always challenged as a woman because women are supposed to be clerks. You are going to be challenged all the time and you will be asked very difficult questions. But we got used to it, so went prepared. And you would know that when a man is the one addressing, they'll ask them 2 questions. When it's you, you are going to be asked 100 questions. Some of the questions, they don't understand them themselves. So you need to always gauge yourself every morning and say, you know what, I might be scared, but I'm going. I might feel like I'm not ready. You are not going to be ready. You need to do it. Just like every time you are writing exam and you are never ready for an exam. Real life is like that. You are not going to be ready for it. But unfortunately, you've got no choice but to stand up, get up, and go do it. So find ways of building your confidence. If you are a person who meditate a lot, it helps. If you are a person who likes affirmations, download them and always tell yourself, I'm great. I'm a shining light. I'm strong. I will make it. Do those things for yourself. They will help you. And they will take away anxiety, because anxiety lives with us. It's here. It's always telling us that, nkaro faking yana wena. You know that syndrome? They call it imposter. Nkaro faking yana man. Tabo might be better. Maybe let Tabo speak. Tabo is not speaking. This is my platform. I'm going to speak. Even if my voice can shake, but you're going to do it. So build up that self-confidence. Show up. Go there. Go, just arrive. Even if you are taking the register, but they must know you came. Sometimes you just sit there at the back, but you are there. But never not want to go. Just go. Because it's important. When you go and you see others do it, you will practice until you are able to do it yourself. She said it. It's very important. Number 3, your networks and your tribes are very important. Surround yourself with people who can help you get to the other side. And people that you can also do the same for. You know, I participated in the Young Women's Network at some point. I was the chairperson of the province. Those women in the network, if I can tell you now, many of them are making wonders. And it's simple women who understood that as women, we can't do it alone. We need each other. Because when the world turns, its back against us and closes the door, we've got nothing but ourselves to pull each other up and say, look, it's difficult, we don't know if we'll make it, but let's keep on trying. Some of them now, they are, in the high courts. Some of them are just promoted into ministers, deputy ministers. Slowly but surely they are getting there because of the tribe and the kind of encouragement that they are getting from those networks. And you can't know everything as a human being. There are women who know better than you. Others are old and others are young. I think I can learn a lot from her no matter how younger she is from me. I'm many decades old, don't ask me. I'm sure I can learn a lot from her. I'm still learning from Sis Nongosi. So create that tribe. Don't be women who just have friends because we're talking about beauty. Beauty is a good thing. And it makes money, ne? Most of you are now on Insta. You are selling beauty products. Beauty sells now. Beauty, health, and wellness, those of you who want to go to business like me, those are the starting points and they are getting very good. Because women have realized that they need to enhance themselves. They feel good when they look in a certain way. It's good. But if you are not talking about it to make something out of it, let's also bring other things to our agenda, right? As our tribe. Your tribe can be your friends. Your tribe can be women in your community. Your tribe can be your mentors. But those networks are very important. Most of all, lifelong learning. You need to learn. We're not saying you must be in a university just to get your degree that is just going to glorify your cupboard. Your degree must be able to change society. Your degree must be able to change situation in your family. Your degree can't just be a paper. We are tired of being told that, especially in government, we're always accused of that. They don't make sense. Where did they get this degree? And then now all of our degrees are being investigated. because of such degrees where people are studying but they are not learning. Remember, you are learning because you want to develop one yourself, your society, the country you come from, and then change the world. It's very important, but you need to have that qualification. You are better struggling with that qualification. We don't want girls that are not educated. We have been called beauty with brains, without brains. The girls of now must be the beauty with brains. They must know when they say, they meet you in a club and they see you with a wig that goes under your bum. They look at you and they say, on a slay queen. But when they Google you, they must see that hey, we underestimated her. We saw her with long nails and lashes and we're thinking we can take it. Before they speak to you, when they introduce you and they say, Kimagumede, they must be able to say, what's your handle? You must be Googleable. At least if you are not doing anything great, let you be Googleable in the website of the university because you graduated. Let's see some video where you came into the stage and you were being kept. It's something. But you can't just go out with nothing. But use your education to build yourself. Use your education to build your community. Use your education to change your country. That's very important. Most of all, as I conclude, because I can see the program director is already winking. We are women because of a reason. I don't think we are women because of our gender. I think we are women because we are meant to do something. We are women because we are unique. And we are women because we are the ones who are able to hold a knife through its blade. Not literally. Don't play with knives. Keep your beautiful hands. We are women because we have been the chosen ones. And we are the ones that this country can rely on to bring about important change. Don't forget that. But two, don't forget yourself. Whatever you do, don't forget that you are unique. Don't forget that you are special. Don't disappoint those that came before you. That baiting, please don't burn it. Carry that fire forward. Because in the next few years, you've got to give that baiting to someone else. And you've got to continue to inspire those that are coming before you. You are here now, you are almost leaving. So your journey is beginning. Use the opportunity wisely. Listen to the young and old. And be the best that you've been. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow, wow.
That was beautiful.
Okay, I think before we give Lorato, I think let's give a hand to the gentlemen who assisted us to put the chairs right there as well, because they knew their place today. They have to fix for us, and it's also men who fix this hall for us, this beautiful hall. So yeah, let's give a hand to all those men as well.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you very much. Ospalisa, re a leboga. Thank you very much. We are indeed descendants of greatness. Serena Williams once said, the success of every woman should be an inspiration to others. We are stronger when we cheer for each other. So what I see here today, I love it. And I'm inspired. But up next, we have a man advocating for women empowerment, Julian Peters from Kells River. He was born on 19th of October 1988. While he was at Sarepta Secondary School in 2005, he had a spinal injury on the 3rd of September 2005 and became a quadriplegic. When discharged from the hospital and to adjust to his new life, he was enrolled at Young Girl Special Needs School in 2006 and completed high school in 2007. As Julian is a very independent-minded, he moved to Mountain Cheshire home in 2010. He did a Volkswagen learnership in 2011, but he wanted more out of life and decided to study for a qualification to pursue a career. We love that. We love that. We are proud and we're also inspired as women. So Julian then approached the disability unit for assistance and started his studies at CPUT. Oh, CPUT, guys. CPUT, guys. He completed his ND in Human Resources Management in 2016 and the BTech degree in 2017. Smart people, smart minds, we love it. To keep busy and earn money, Mashankara, he did a Mark Learnership in 2018 and Discovery Health Learnership in 2019. Discovery was very impressed with Julian and contacted the disability unit for information re-accessibility. You see, these programs are doing wonders. Opportunities come. So guys, I hope you're gonna join all these programs that are around. Please do that for yourself. So that Discovery was very impressed with Julian's and contacted the disability unit for information and re-accessibility in the workplace. And he received a permanent employment offer at Discovery in the forensics department and is still working there. So Julian considered himself to be very proud alumnus of CPUT and is always ready to help the disability unit with awareness events whenever they ask. Please, let's clap hands for Julius.
He's very nervous, all the ladies around here. And he's single. Girls, he's single.
There you go. It's still morning. Good morning, all you beautiful ladies. Firstly, it's a privilege and honor for me to be here to speak on behalf of men to empower women. I am a son to a woman. I'm a brother to a sister that is a woman. And I'm an uncle to nieces that is the woman of the future. I stand here surely as an advocate and believe empowerment to a woman. Past history did not allow women to embrace their full potential in society. Today I'm here to encourage and support women from all backgrounds, religion, race, etc. to empower yourselves to the best of your ability and capacity. I just want to give a little background of me, of my journey and the impact that women had on my journey. The nerves, guys. I haven't been speaking in front of a lot of beautiful women yet, so at once, yeah. So yeah. And my progress to success thus far is all because of women. That I went to Young Girl School where they accepted me. I was surrounded at the school with powerful women every day. From the teachers, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, and all different fields. They assisted me to complete my schooling. Even when I was denied from different tertiary educations, I was accepted by a woman that saw only I needed opportunity to succeed, and she was a PhD doctor in the disability unit. Yes, Dr. Dita, yes. I was supported through my studies by women. My fellow student ladies, the colleagues, they supported me by taking notes for me while they were doing their own work and studies as well. The disability unit was enforced by amazing women that helped us with people with disabilities, students to be successful, and I am an example of that. Today, I am working for one of the biggest companies for the country, if not the world, and I was selected by a woman because she saw I had the courage and the tenacity, let's say, yeah, to do the job. Yes. Yes, sorry. I'm surrounded every day at work with mentors that is women, and they guide me every day and assist me to be successful. This is just examples of people that I came across, and it is all women, which is amazing people. Okay, let me see. Sorry. And all these women had different backgrounds, different beliefs, and they face different challenges for where they are in that position that they were today. I challenge all women today to face society, your professional life, and the environment you're in, and all obstacle. I'm challenging you all to face them with strength, resilience, perseverance, patience, optimism, and most important, self-belief. Go on and study your passion. Go compete in all competitive fields you would be great in, whether it is sports, drama, and etc. Go out to the world and be your own person. Be the great person in yourself. Protect yourself at all. Protect yourself and always feel free to speak out your truth with dignity. Be strong, confident when making decisions in life, no matter where you are, and compete all positions when you feel fit and capable in doing. The past month we have experienced how powerful women can be when they stand together and support each other and have support of men. Our soccer women team and the netball team achieved the best and made the country and the world proud. They made the world recognize the greatness and against all odds they faced in their daily lives. Thus have encouraged society to look at women as equal to men, whether it is in sports or business. I'll leave you with a quote. When one woman stands up, all women stands.
Wow, Julian, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for honoring us ladies today. And that's coming from a man, guys. That's coming from a guy. We are almost at the end of the first half of our program for today. So we have our next speaker, who is the Minister Noma French Mbombo. She's the Western Cape Provincial Minister of Health. Unfortunately, she cannot be here today, but she made a video for you all. Because she was going to be here, and you know, within ministry, okay, in ministry sounds like church. So, you know, with him in government, you know, things come up like this, and unfortunately she cannot be here. So she has a lovely, inspiring video. But let me read her profile for you meantime. Dr. Noma French Mbombo is currently the Provincial Minister of Health and Wellness, Western Cape, South Africa. She's also former academic and health professional clinician and community developer in human rights and gender proponent. You see, if I don't know certain things, I ask. And I'm not afraid to ask if I can't read a certain word. Dr. Mbombo holds a PhD on Gender and Human Rights, University of the Western Cape, a master's degree in Maternal and Child Health, University of KwaZulu-Natal, and a bachelor degrees in Nursing Science, University of Fort Hare. and various other certificates, awards, and accolades. Prior to her entry into politics in 2014, she was an associate professor at the Faculty of Community and Health Sciences, University of the Western Cape, UWC, South Africa. During her academic career, she made invaluable contributions to academia locally in Africa and internationally. Her overarching interest has always been in community empowerment as a conduit to reclaim the voices of the population at risk, also the marginalized. As an executive and political head of the department for almost a decade, she has spearheaded various innovative and cutting-edge interventions to strengthen the health system, which has resulted in the provincial health department being regarded as the best in the country. She has a lot of other things, but I think she will say that now when she speaks. Dr. Mbombo, she's also a mother of two, was born and raised in Datsani Township, Eastern Cape, and she later relocated to Cape Town in 1998. And she has a mantra, and I think we can all learn from this mantra. She says, "Where I am planted, I grow." Okay. Thank you. So Melanie, who's playing this video now? Must I click? See, I need a man for this, so. No, I know, I shouldn't, but.
Good morning, everyone there at the conference. Good morning, CPUT, our CPUT. This is Dr. Noma French Mbombo, the MEC for Health in the Western Cape. I'm sorry I'm not with you this morning. I was intending to, but unfortunately I'm still here in Gauteng after having been engaging on, just as probably you've heard, that I was awarded one of the winners for the Male and Guardian Governing Women Empowerment. So I'm sorry that I'm not here. Under your theme of creating supportive network for young women in order to be able to prosper, I wish you all the best. Remember, women empowerment, it's not only about giving power when there's no power. In some instances, we do have power. Actually, women do have power, but the issue is about how do we use the power. A person like myself is in the powerful position. I'm in power. What do I do with the power that has been bestowed upon me? And for those who don't have power, we do know that you might have loud voice. Yes, make a noise where you are. Don't be silent, especially on issues that affect women's rights. But without resources, without access economy, hence we are saying that they shouldn't be only about making much noise without access to economy, access to the job. Use the opportunity. My experience is that coming from the township in the Eastern Cape in Tanzania, if it wasn't for the education, I don't think I would have been where I was and where I am right now, because it actually created and opened more doors. Please make sure as you are there at the university, do as much as you could. Read your books 24 hours. 24 hours could do it, of course. We have to work hard and also play hard. You need also time to look after yourself. And also my experience is that some of these things, you won't be able to do it by yourself. You need support. You need mentors. Make use of the mentors. And most of my mentors during my time as I was studying was mostly my lecturers, my supervisor that were there. And also the other things that prepares you later in life in terms of occupying leadership positions. It's about also to undertake leadership positions where you are. Be the member of the SRC, be the member of the House Committee, volunteer to lead a peer education group and all of those, because it does actually assist you not only in the hard skills, but also in the soft skills. But some of young people, they've got this anxiety speaking in public. So try to pursue as much as you could be able to do. And the last thing is about I am who I am because We are because I am. And also umntu ngumntu ngabantu. Please give back to your communities. Some of us, our parents, our grandparents cried buckets of tears when they were sending us to the university. They cried buckets of tears. When they rejoiced, they realized that actually we didn't ended up learning to have teenage pregnancy, and that we even have been able to pursue education and we are successful. So we are still giving back, not only in the communities where we are from, but communities generally. There are many things that are happening in the Western Cape. CPUT has been at the forefront actually in having all these annual on women empowerment. It's not my first time that I am part of it, but there are a whole lot of outreaches that are happening there. Please give back to the communities. Don't leave anyone behind, especially your peers. There are some of the youth that are out there. They are not in the academia, they are not in employment, they are not in training. They would love to hear more from your side. So with women and also young girls, if there are girls that are there, please, NB, know your place. Woman, know your place. But where is your place? It is everywhere. Go and occupy that table, even if it's a men's club. Go and grab your seat. If they don't give you the seat, please bring the folding chair and make sure that you don't get left behind. You have to dismantle, you have to disrupt the status quo because at the end, it's all about gender equality. Gender inequalities benefit those who are benefiting, mostly the men, but gender equality benefits men themselves, women, and everyone else. Go and grab your chair. Thank you very much. All the best.
Wow.
Good morning, everyone.
See, she's not even here and
conference.
she's inspiring us,
Good morning,
eh?
CPUT.
That is what woman does. And did you hear she also spoke about the door? Walk through those doors. So it's the third time today that you're hearing about those doors, ladies. We need to open those doors. So with those few words, we have almost reached the end. We're just going to do a questions and answer session quickly. Lerato, if you can come up. But I might not be here for that session. Okay, I might not be here for that session because, as Palesa has said earlier, you must have your networks and your tribes. So I'm going to join my tribe now after this. As a woman, we have quite a number of roles that we play. Like I said this morning, in the morning, I'm also a mother and a wife. And this morning I did those duties before I came here. And then I came here, I put on my heels, and I'm here. And now I brought my flat boots because now I'm meeting my tribe. And that is what we do. And this is also, it's such an inspiring thing because we are a group of 11 ladies and we've been meeting every Saturday, one Saturday a month for the past 27 years. And that is something that we don't miss because that's my tribe. That is where we uplift each other, and that is where we motivate each other, and that is where we see each other. So that is what you do. Find your tribe that you can be with. I don't see them every day. I see them once a month. And for 27 years, we've been doing this. So I am inspired. I didn't say no to this. I moved my tribe a little bit later. But I wanted to be here, and I wanted to be with all you amazing people. And I want to thank Mel for this opportunity to be here today. Lerato, you were amazing. She was amazing, right?
Thank you.
So thank you very much, ladies. You are an amazing audience. I think this is a wonderful initiative, wonderful, this Empowher conference. And I thank you for your patience. Thank you for your energy. I love the energy. So without further ado, we're going to go over to Lerato now, and she's going to take you into the questions and answers. Thanks, Lerato.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Can we please have our speakers to come to the front for the question and answers session? Thank you. Ospalisa and Ntombi Bota. A round of applause for them, please. you guys have questions. I hope you guys have questions. Oh, yes, and can we please also have Umama? Where to? Please, Mama. We've got questions for you. And you have answers because you've been around. You know better. And even our speakers are learning from you. So, Nati, we want to learn from you. So, I'm only gonna take 3 questions. And then, I saw you first. And then I saw you. And then Sisi. And can I have hands? Oh, yes, I have a hand this side. Can she please have the mic? Thank you. Oh, we can't hear you.
Sorry. My name is Zilungile Pritima Digizela. I am a civil engineering student here on campus. I have a question for Usis Palesa. My question is, what are the institutional and societal changes do you think need to be made for women to feel more empowered? And also, do you think that the lack of empowerment is because we as women don't empower each other, or is it an equity issue? And how do you think we can change that?
That is valid enough. It's not too much. Straight to the point.
Well, now that's too much. Now you want me to speak about policy issues. And we were trying to be light this morning and not cry, and not remember our hardships. But it's a very valid question, and I think everybody needs to keep that in mind, that changes ought to happen. Yeah. The status quo can't remain like this. Of course, democratic government has come up with so many policies and acts, and laws that are supposed to be empowering women. I think what is important is, do we implement those laws? For instance, in 1994, in fact, way after 1994, when President Mbeki was a president, we're told that we used to have more than 50% of women in parliament. Now, how much percentage are we having? We've been talking about, women leadership in especially private sector in those boardrooms. The number keeps on shrinking. And there's a disjuncture. We're saying we know the role that women played, and they continue to play, but in those tables or in those representations, women are not there. I heard the Youth League now saying they also want 50% of young people in parliament, but in that 50%, how much is the percentage of young women? Because young women are many in the youth cohort. Now, those are the questions that we need to be asking. So the change that needs to happen is for us to hold those that are responsible accountable. You must be worried that your SRC female leader is a deputy and is not a chairperson. And I'm sure in the next election is the change that you are bringing. You must look into your cohort of leadership in the university and check how many of them in those boardrooms that are taking decisions are women. Because the danger of not having women being represented and being themselves sitting in those tables is that no one is going to take decisions that empower you or decisions that brings transformation that is going to help you. That's why I was saying earlier on, we only have ourselves to do it because no one else thinks about us. Men don't think they drink when they are sitting in those clubs of theirs. No, they're talking deals. That's why I also went to business. I also want to talk deals. I am tired of women only being relegated to salaries. And then they are saying you want to chill with the big boys. I also want to chill with the big girls out there. So I think just to summarize, holding leadership accountable. And leadership accountable can mean your council and your ward as to what is it that they do for the women in their ward. Are the projects that are for skills development that can empower women to also participate in the economy? Is the leadership in the university, are they taking care of the interests and the rights of young women? Are they protecting you so that you are not, abused through gender-based violence? You are not clubbed in the corridors of the races. You are not made to cook for boys instead of studying. And all the many other challenges. When they are employing in the university, who are they employing? Because it can't be only Sis Nongosi. There must be many of her who are making it there. And you are acting until when now? You see, the acting is like the deputy. It can't be correct in this day and age. So as we are moving forward and we are pulling each other along, those are the things. Laws are there, and laws are put in black and white. But accountability and implementation is a problem. And there are many low-hanging fruits where we can begin to now speak to say, are you doing this? And the most beautiful thing about you is that you are learned. You can easily read those things. You can Google them. You can use ChatGPT that you defraud exams with. We think it's you who's writing. Kandi is the AI machine. But universities now, they have a tool. Ne? Even if you are saying, no, I'm going to, you are saying you're doing what? Paraphrase. They can capture it now. Last time, it kept on going up and up on my Turnitin in. And then it went red and said, Ikari, you will redo this assignment. So I have learned the hard way. I don't want those tools. But I'm saying it's an information age. You are empowered. But if you don't hold your leaders accountable to bring the change that we want, we will take those steps back where we find ourselves having numbers reducing in the boardrooms, reducing in parliament, and reducing in all leadership positions. Thanks.
Thank you. I think she said a mouthful and you are covered. The next question. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is more of just saying thank you to the EmpowHer organizers at large. Myself as a postgraduate student and a member of the incoming committee of the Ubuntu Postgraduate Forum, I am very excited to be here because I am learning how to grow. I'm not only studying, now I'm learning how to use my education and my qualification to implant myself wherever I'll be placed. And as a civil engineer, I'm also very empowered to be here because having been in my in-service training, having been placed where I had to volunteer and stuff, it's very difficult to be a woman in a male-dominated industry because you really have to. I've been fortunate enough to be in a position of supervision. So I'm supervising men, and I really have to show that I know what I'm talking about. So yes, the SABS standards that you're talking about, you have to know them in and out. Everything, you have to be sure of what you're talking about because men will constantly be there to challenge you like, okay, so you're telling me, you're supervising me, do you know this? Then you have to prove to them that you know it beyond the qualification and everything that you learned in school. So just in general, I'm very thankful for the conference. And by the way, I didn't even register. I was, as a postgraduate student, the life is very lonely. You tend to live by yourself and everything. So I was just passing by yesterday and it was a men's conference and I asked one of the ladies like, can I attend? They're like, no, sweetie, come tomorrow. Your turn is tomorrow. So tomorrow is here and I'm here. So I'm very glad to be here.
Thank you very much. Are we gonna take? Thank you very much. We love the feedback. Please keep them rolling. We had another hand this side. Yes. Can she please? Oh, okay. Covered.
Molweni. Kunjani?
Kateng.
Ndiyaphila nam. Igama lam ndinguzonke Ncaphayi. I'm the SRC chairperson of D6 campus. We are 3 female chairperson. I'm the only chairperson of Waitatayo under Amanina approach supported by Ukatle Kode. We took it. Andy, do you tell us classes and put this in English? Okay, fine. And in a question, we are here today to empower females, right? I was listening to Untondo. In fact, Untondo, sifike sonke 2017 when I first registered in this institution. Abantu abandaziyo, I've been long kwi-system, but I only graduated this April, and I'm coming again for the second graduation. Yes! Oh, okay, when Untondo was speaking, she mentioned, I took few points to unlock your fears, be confident, your dreams are valid, and it is possible. And I was reflecting on my journey here at CPUT. As I have said that I've been here in the system for too long. Not that I was just being playful or I was not taking my studies very seriously. But then again, Untondo said, your dreams are valid and it is possible. When I decided to take my academics serious, it was when, I think they were graduated for the second time with Abo Voy. I was like, the people that you came with in this system are leaving. And then I sat myself down, I was like, what are you doing? I unlocked my fears and I started over. The former president Mokoena used to call me, what is this thing? A tourist, because like, yeah, he called me a tourist because I was going back to D6. That's the year I took charge of my life. He called me a tourist and that motivated me to do better, and then I graduated. Okay, moving to being like supportive to each other as females, right? I believe Tina as females singabanye abantu asisupportani as males. If we can as females organize ourselves, stand up, we only have ourselves, guys. But singariyele emadodeni, if nathi singabumbana and be one, there's a lot that we can achieve as females. And then, okay. Yes. So yeah, just like it's because it's people that have smooth journey when it comes to academics. So, but there is students as big situation now, maybe but be motivated. I've been here in the system. It's possible. If because you feel like it's not for you, do not be afraid to start over. And also, lastly, I want to speak about the importance of creating a space for each other as abafazi, right? It's important as Tina, when you enter those boardrooms, the next female, like Nonela when she was serving CSRC, she was the only female executive. The next female, the next female, so that sikwazi nathi ungena to those important positions.
This says it all. It's never too late to rebrand yourself. And as women, let's vote for each other. Let's stop voting for the men and come back and say, hey, there are a lot of men in executive places who are voting for these men. Exactly. Let's vote for each other. Let's support each other. Let us be our sisters' keepers. And with that, I'm going to take 2 other questions and wrap it up for lunch. I have a hand at the back. And then I'm going to take... Oh, yes. And then I'll take a hand here. I think just the last one. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. Just one reaction from the 2 speakers, from Ubuntu, Postgrad, and Zonke, our chairperson. And I just want to say, as part of our EmpowHer, we are going to have a team over and above the staff as mentors. We are going to have chaperones, because what Zonke was saying she is a leader in her own right that can also, you can start your road at chaperone level. So this is one of the issues that we're saying. We are going to have training on the chaperones like yourselves. And I also want to acknowledge Professor Ngondi. You will never see professors in any of these gatherings, but a professor, she's seated right at the back. Professor and a dean of the faculty can come and sit on a Saturday. And she is only speaking tomorrow. But it shows it shows her interest in that. So we are going to work with you. Ubuntu have even, they visited my office to say, we want to work with student affairs. But the last one, Chair, is saying, we are busy with embarking on initiatives on student parliament. And I don't want that student parliament to be a boys' choir. And you are here to ensure that women 50-50 in that student parliament.
Yes. The hands, I saw them there at the back.
I was first.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. Hello, everyone. For those that know me, I am Itumeleng Jane Mahanedisa. I always introduce my name so powerfully, by the way. I am a woman of God, and my question is to all of the powerful women right there. I am a former Miss World South Africa quarter-finalist, and unfortunately, I didn't make... One of the things, and oh, by the way, I am an advocate for women. One of the things that I mentioned in the Miss World is that our generation is too busy trying to prove that women can do everything men can do. Women are losing their unique qualities that set us apart. The God-given femininity and unique way our Creator designed us. Women weren't created to do everything a man can do. Women were created to do everything men can't do. So what's really your take on this? Because a lot of people had different perspectives to what we were saying, but what we were trying to say is that we shouldn't try to put our mind more on what men can do. We shouldn't be doing what men can do all the time. We shouldn't want to be men. We are women, and we are women for a reason. So what's your take on this? Because we are women, and I believe that we should be taking up space, and this is what I advocated for. So what is your take on this?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, oh yeah. My house parent right there said I should mention that I am a resident student assistant at Richard Sacco, and I love her so much.
Thank you. Can we please have the one question so that we can wrap up from them at the back?
Thank you so much. My question is very short. Hi, my name is Kabelo Kenibaral. My question is, how do you problematize not leaving political spaces? Usis Palesa or Mam Palesa spoke about leaving the political space, and we understand that politics are philosophies of leadership. That's where policies are made. That's where change is made in governance. So how do you problematize not living those spaces, because of they're the ones that are shaping our future? The second one too, I think Mam Nonkosi has dealt with African feminism. How does African feminism shape not living political spaces, whereas as women? Because when you're speaking about women, including themselves, it mustn't only be here in summits or in isolate of the real spaces which are dealing with I think I've made my point. Yeah, thank you.
And I think
Okay, I'll start with the last one. You can't problematize politics. Politics are part of our lives, right? And South Africa, when you want policy change, unfortunately, is mostly politicians. But I think the point we wanted to make is that we need to be active. Churches are important, NGOs are important, NPOs are important. Political parties are very important. Hence, I have been in politics for so long, and I'm not about to leave that space. That's where you can exert your power there. And that space is very powerful. So, no, me, never. I can't be in the Youth League NEC until the end and then I drop. No. Now I'm participating in real structures, but I'm still in politics and I'm aligned to the ANC. It's not a secret. Number two, Miss Model, I saw you and I saw, man, there's something different about this one. I even wanted to ask, are you Sozi Bini's sister or something? So I can see where the beauty is coming from. Because you know, women who are in modeling space, they want to look a certain way. Not that we are not beautiful, we are also. we are very beautiful. So it's quite important as sectors of society, right? And as young women to find ourselves in spaces of influence. And I've been saying, you know, we're told that those who have done history, most of us are very young here, but I think there are women who are a bit of having a higher age who can maybe corroborate that before colonization, African women were the most powerful. Hence, I mentioned a lot of queens who've made wonders. I spoke about Nandi, who was the real kingmaker, against all odds, but she made a king. I spoke about Mantatisi, who was a warrior in her own right. I spoke about Queen Zinga, who was a warrior. Do you know about Cleopatra IV? Those women have been doing this. Unfortunately, when colonization started and reached our shores, one of the things that they did well was to divide society and was to say, women, you are nothing, your space is at home, and men, leave your families and go and work somewhere else. And they destroyed the basic unit of society, which is family. When we are talking about gender equality, women emancipation and all that, we are not saying it because we're bored. We are saying it because the system brought that divide. The system brought inequality, and unfortunately it affected women more. Women have not been equal since then. History will tell you, even in Botswana, the most entrepreneurial people were women in those times. Because men went into the fields in cattle posts and they were doing nothing there. Women had to live here. They learned how to do agriculture. They actually made businesses that were even more lucrative than those men who were staying there, and we don't know what they were doing, if Nebatalama dies or something. But women have always been the ones. In Lesotho, where colonization came, men left, women stayed, and they kept families going. They kept even the economy going, because men who were in those mines who went away did not even earn enough. They still had to come home to feed off the women who were trying to make something out of their lives. So we were not wanting the jobs of men. No, don't take us wrong, or don't hear us wrong. We are wanting our rightful space that we have been occupying since the beginning. We're not competing with anyone. We want what belongs to us as women, to be the leaders that we are, to be the business people that we are, to be family leaders that we have been. Black people are maternal, you know it. We are very maternal. Men are important. We can talk about that. We're the women of Christ. We're not competing with men. That is why our husbands, they still love us, no matter the things that we are saying here, because they know we are not in competition with them who are saying, close the gap, because if it's like this, you have people who are starting to fight, you have gender-based violence, you have disease. You can't have an imbalanced society. So bring women to the table, give women what belongs to them, and you will see, you will have a prosperous society.
Thank you, Palisa. I'll just add the last point that Kabelo spoke about African feminism, because in most issues, we always think decolonization is about changing the issue of race and whatever. Decolonization is about feminism. Decolonizing the perspective on feminism. In our African culture, the woman is, in fact, there is no African culture that says you beat a woman. Tell me one African culture that says that. And also think about the roles of Odadobao, your mother, your sisters, your brothers, your Rahadi, your Makazi. In all families, if I'm not there, my brother will never, even in their kids are grown up, but he can never do anything without telling me and without asking for my opinion. So the roles of Rakhaldi and Abo, they are still there. Look at the roles of even indigenous knowledge system, Abo Makulu. The Omaserats, they are the ones who will say, my child is not well. So women have been very powerful, but we just also changing feminism to be from the Afrocentric level. I think it's high time that you change your perspective. You see our role, the role of Rakati. For instance, in my Xhosa culture, if you go my kalange plant, kubisu tatobawo, so these are the issues. I heard yesterday saying women are not supposed to go to a crawl. I said, no, that's not true. I do as a woman go to the crawl because it's at home. So these are the powers. Let's bring back what Palisa was saying. Palisa was saying, let's bring back that power we had. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, me, I'm very young. I think it shows. To answer to her question, I honestly think and resonate with our speakers that it's high time we go back to realizing that we're not in competition with men. We're not saying we want to lead 100% in these sectors, but we want to take part. We want to take positions that existed before. Because the reason why now we even have BBBEEE, it's because we knew that it exists. It's not that we are trying to create positions that were not there. So it's high time that we get out of the notion that women are supposed to be home cooking and all of that. And you know, there's a change that I recently liked. I'm just not sure which organization posted it. That as a woman, you do not have to stay home for the full 3, 4, 5, 6 months after you've given birth. Because we have been told that we can stick to those as if it's going to benefit us. If I have the power after 2 months to go back to work, so let me eat. Because we've been deprived these positions because we are women that are supposed to bear kids, supposed to be home and cooking. If I have the power to go back and take that position, so let me be. You know, I work for a company where our general manager, it's an international company, she's a woman. She shows up. There's no decision that gets to be taken if she's not there, and she's proven to them continuously that we can do it as women too.
Thank you. And I think just to add on what all these wonderful ladies up here said, is that if I answer that question, I never want to be judged on my biological sex. I want to be judged and brought to the table based on my abilities, my experience, my skills. That's what I'm fighting for, and that's what I think women are fighting for when they speak about equality. It's not about whose role. I don't want to be defined only as one thing. When we heard our bios, we are mothers, we are everything, friends, partners, mentors, sisters, cousins. We play so many roles, but we are boxed in. And I think Ntombi spoke about breaking out of that box. I never want to be defined by what someone else puts on me. And as a woman, I'm fighting for what I believe, that any space I want to occupy, I deserve that space and that authority. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I hope you as women are going to go back and take your power. I hope you're going to go out there and fill up spaces. I hope, Uguti, you've learned a lot. Oh, so there's a token of appreciation for somebody. So as I was saying, that we're going to go out there and fill up spaces and take our power back. And as I think Umama said, Uguti, we're going to push back against those who pushed back. So as we, as boss babes, as girl power, as girls in the move, let's do the things. Let's do their things.
So our first small little token of appreciation goes to our wonderful program director. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. It was my first time being a program director, and I guess I'm doing a great job. Yes. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you guys are invited to lunch because I think we're running out of time. So let's go for lunch for half an hour, 30 minutes. And let's be a bit quick. You're invited at the Major Sports Hall. Thank you for joining us for the first session.
Tabiso.
wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo, wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Thank you so much. I thought it is pleasing to start this session with that song. And mostly important by also our greetings, right? I'm still waiting for my, co-host. I can see she's sitting down comfortably there. But don't worry, leadership, I shall lead while you're still making your way. Good afternoon, ladies and our guests. So if I didn't say ladies, it means that you are our guest. Because we will not greet you in our programs and have to greet you again in your programs. So because this is our program, we'll just say good afternoon, guests. Right. My name is Lolwethu Luthuli. And no, I'm not related to Albert Luthuli. So if the question will come later on, will be that, no, I'm not. I am going to be co-facilitating this session with Imbokodo, which is the SRC of Cape Town campus. But I know she's still, taking her time. It's after lunch. But maybe before we start this session, because it's one of the major struggles that we are fighting today, right? And we have a very amazing guest. I am a lecturer. I am an acting IT coordinator of the Faculty of Business and Management Science. I am a PhD student who, yes. But most importantly, I cannot forget this one. I am a peer ed educator. Because, you know what they say, once a peer ed? Yes. But what I think I'm the most, I like to call myself the most is, I am her sister. I am her, she is me, and together we are one. That is what I define myself with. Because most of the time, we try so hard to define ourselves with title that you forget humanity, right? So that is my short bio. I know, when we're asked to send bios, you're like, must I go and say SRC attempt? That I was like, the most important one, Kitsogo freestyle. I saw my sister today. I was like, yes, that is women from Free State. They lead wherever they are. Even if we are in exile, we take leadership when we get there. But maybe before we start this session, because we're going to be speaking about the biggest giant in the room that even though we are trying so hard to fight it, it keeps creeping in our society, right? And you know that sometimes they will tell you in spaces, no, man, calm down, you are just too emotional. Just because you're raising your voice. Maybe I need to, say it in a alto so that it can be heard, right? But sometimes we actually identify by ourselves. Last week I said to someone, I'm not longer subscribing to Imbokodo movement, I'm an egg. Because they expect you as a Imbokodo to take on very hard things that they know that if they were given to take them, they would not. Say, no, nowadays I'm an egg. If I fall, I break down. Just that, right? But we will be speaking about women's health and wellness. We'll also be speaking about, and this one, maybe we can first stand up and just give a moment of silence to all the women that have went through this session. I know the lady that will be coming up to speak about it will do justice, but maybe just before she comes up, let's just all stand up and just take a moment of silence to all the ladies that can't be here today because I loved someone and someone decided that, it's okay to take my life. Also the one that is big, which is verbal one as well, because some of us left this morning and then you were told that, you're not going to make it. That is also a violence in itself, right? So let's just take a few minutes and just remember them. Okay, thank you. Yes, I think my co-host has finally joined. I will allow her to first introduce herself, then we'll continue.
Molweni.
Igama lam ndinguZonke Ncaphayi once again. I'm the first student of D6 campus, the SRC chairperson. I'm standing here to introduce speakers zethu. We have coming up Sis Hlubikazi Ntshobane. Hlubikazi Ntshobane, an exercise science specialist, sport conditioning trainee, and period poverty activist. Her passion is educating women on what impacts some of the menstrual products that they have. Okay, let me just read. Okay, my passion is educating women on what impact some of the menstrual products that we use have on our bodies, as well as the environment. And the second speaker will be Utahira Jaden. She's a dedicated SGBV, sexual gender-based violence activist, with profound commitment to supporting survivors and promoting survivor-centered care. Tahira has worked alongside renewed organizations and institutions such as the Rape Crisis Cape Town Trust, the Office for Inclusivity and Change at UCT, the University of Cape Town, and Kwanele South Africa, among others. I order to bring forth a significant impact as a seasoned activist. Utahira has been instrumental in navigating survivor-centered support systems, ensuring that survivors receive the care and attention they deserve. She has tirelessly championed the cause of survivors, advocating for justice, healing, and empowerment. Just a minute. In addition to her activism, Tahira is a skilled lay counselor and trainer, sharing her expertise and knowledge with others in the field. She empowers individuals and organizations to better understand and respond to the complex issues surrounding SGBV. That's all.
Thank you so much. As our speaker makes their way up, Shobi would be speaking about women's health and wellness, and also then Shahida would be then speaking about gender-based violence. We'll just give each speaker 5 to 10 minutes to maybe impact on that. It's gonna be an interactive session. We're gonna engage them, but firstly, maybe they can give us a context of what they will be speaking about, so that when we ask them as well, we can have much understanding of the work they've been doing. They've been doing amazing work in both the fields, these women. So we just give each speaker 5 minutes just to impact more on the topic, and then we're gonna open up to the audience to engage the speakers as well. Thank you. I'll hand over to Shobi.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I'm so good, thank you. So, as previously mentioned, I am an exercise science specialist and sports conditioning trainer by profession. But I've dedicated the last about 4 years to period poverty activism. I work for the MENA Foundation. We distribute menstrual cups to girls in need. So if you understand period poverty, you'll know that obviously it's people that cannot afford menstrual products or hygiene products to manage their periods. Okay, so the first point is that education is really, really lacking when it comes to menstruation. Menstruation is such a big part of women's lives, right? Girls start menstruating from the age of like 9 all the way up until you go through menopause, right? That's about 30 to 40 years of a woman's life. The second thing is that menstruation is a biological phenomenon, right? Everyone pees, everyone poos. The next thing that happens is that little girls get their periods. So how is it that in 2023, we still have girls dropping out of school, students missing lectures or tests because they do not have period products? I promise you, if men menstruated, those products will be freely available and we wouldn't have this issue. But for whatever reason, even though it's a biological happening phenomenon, this issue hasn't been addressed under the human rights movement. It's not seen as a human rights violation. It's just seen as a problem for women to deal with on the side. So through educating society about period poverty, we also teach kids about all menstrual products. Today we're speaking about empowerment, and part of empowerment is having informed choices, right? I remember when I had my period, I was only introduced to one product, and that was a pad, and I had nappy rashes, I had skin irritations, and I did not understand that this was not normal, right? So we are empowering young girls by, first of all, introducing them to all products, teaching them how they affect the body, how they affect the environment, as well as how they affect our pockets. I went to an area where girls had not seen a tampon in South Africa. Those girls don't know what a tampon looks like, they only know a pad. So if they are not exposed to other products like menstrual cups and tampons and various other alternatives, it also means that there's a lack of exposure on every other level. So those girls cannot be fully empowered if they do not have access to that information. So part of my job as a period poverty activist, we have donated 1,000 cups to the university. EP clinic, at the clinic. Okay, yeah, so you guys can go get your menstrual products at the clinic. So the Mina Foundation has donated 1,000 cups. I think we're gonna try and get another 1,000 cups for next year. So that's only the beginning. I think Mel said your population is about 34,000 students, and if half of that is women, it means that we haven't even scratched the surface just by donating 1,000. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay, perfect. So I'm Toira. I completely understand if the pronunciation goes over your heads. It goes over my own mother's head at times, so don't stress too much. So yes, like I was introduced, I am a survivor support advisor, GBV, SGBV activist. I like to say human rights activist in totality because GBV and SGBV does not only affect women, right? It is a scourge within our society that we really need to kind of do better. So I am speaking to you guys today under the theme of Empower Her, under the theme of how we can empower ourselves, and most importantly, how we can empower others. Ntombi said something so beautifully. She said, we need sisters. We need people in our spaces to be there for us. So how can we be those people for someone else? And how you can do that is by being an empowered bystander. The word bystander does not do justice to the work that we need to put in. But essentially, being an empowered bystander is being someone that can help out if anyone else is facing an injustice. It is not difficult to imagine someone being harmed. It is something we see happening daily. Our lovely facilitator said, when we most likely left this morning, someone said to us, you're not going to make it, right? That is an injustice. So how do we make a difference? How do we do that? How do we see what is happening and not be quiet about it anymore? Now's the time, now is the space. By being an empowered bystander, you are educating yourself. You are getting information, you are instilling knowledge, you are asking spaces like the Empower Her conference, like this space, this program. Tell them what it is that you need in order to be that empowered bystander. What skills? Who would you like to see in your spaces? Which organizations? Because also it's these organizations that can help. So organizations such as Rape Crisis, organizations such as Kwanele, South Africa, organizations such as SADAG, Higher Health, these are at your fingertips and these are free of charge. Usually we see things happening and we go, we can't go to the police, what are they going to do? They're not going to help us. We can't go and tell anyone because we need to keep it within the family. We can't say anything because it's a family matter. No longer shall we do that. No longer will our voices be quieted. No longer will we be silenced. And we can be that person for someone else. And how do we do that? Is by finding out who on campus you can go to in order to get support. It does not only have to be for something as drastic as rape. We can also reach out for support for sexual assault and sexual harassment because those are valid experiences. If someone catcalls and you don't like that, you are not dressed for the next person. You are dressed for yourself. Exactly. You are not out here shaking whatever God gave you so that someone else can look at it. You are shaking it because you want it to shake. Yeah. Your mama gave it to you. Absolutely. Right? So that is why I would like to encourage you. I would like to encourage you to find out who on campus you can go to. You also need to understand that as an empowered bystander, right, you need to ensure that you are safe because you cannot help others if you are not safe. So if an instance is happening, if something is going on and you see it, whether it is verbal, whether it is physical, emotional, or mentally, and someone else is not ready to speak up, they're not ready to be that voice, but you would like to, you can say, there is this place on campus, there is the DSA office, there are people who can help you, you can go to different organizations, and you can have that support. But if you're not ready to voice or speak about your injustices, that's also okay. I am here as your sister. I am here as a supporter. I am here for you. No longer are we going to drag each other down. We are going to build each other up. So, as a closing, I would like to encourage each and every one of you to become that empowered bystander, become that sister, become that person for the next one, so that as women, we can be stronger together. We have strength in numbers. Thank you.
I do think that we can we can again give a round of applause to this wonderful woman. There is a quote, Mama, that I live by. She says, and this is the interesting part because when I say mama, there are a lot of mamas here. So that's why we say mamunongosi, so that you can see we are directing this conversation to you. But there's a quote that says, educate a woman, educate a nation. However, one of my favorite new quotes recently it's by Robert. I have it down on my diary. He says that each generation inherits a world it never made. And in so, it becomes automatically becomes the trustees of the world for those that are to come. Therefore, in due course, each generation is building and accounting for its children. So that for me means that whatever we stand up for today as this generation, we will give it as inheritance to the next generation. The reason we are all sitting here, there were women that says that never women should work, and they went to a march, right? And you can see with these ladies that are standing here today, they are saying that I saw a societal problem. And I decided, you know what, of course someone else saw it. Maybe they tried to raise it up, but they never had power. But I'm going to make sure that in my time on this earth, I'm going to speak out so that the next generation that comes after me can have something to work on, right? So when we're looking at these people, we must not look at them aside from ourselves, because I'm sure as you're sitting here, ladies, there's a problem that you also have identified in your corner, right? She speaks about my situation, and I know there was a time where I questioned this thing, Sis Palisa, that it is always men in the political parties that are running campaigns about preds. I'm like, what are you trying to say? Don't us as women see it as a problem. So when we have women that have seen this as a problem, but beyond seeing it as just, it's not pads that we need alone. There's many other options that we need. You know, it goes back to the theme of today, empower her. Because maybe she won't be able to speak and say, I can't use these pads anymore because they give me irritation. But she does not know what to do. Like, what are the options that are there, right? Shobi spoke a bit about the fact that, you know, it's not just pads, you know. It's embarrassment when I stand up and I see there's blood behind me, even though I never chose to go on menstruation, but it becomes something that ladies also start to joke about. You see her dress, you know. And it is not, and today it's not to say they are wrong by saying that. It's because they also grew up in that society where it was, embedded in them. But when we meet in conference like this, is the time where we say, ladies, no, let's empower each other. We have high degrees of people who are having PhD, which is the pull head down syndrome. We pull each other so much down. And this is also what she says. She says that, you know what? You can ask yourself, how can I be a bystander? Be that safe space for someone that can come and say to you, you know what, I'm facing this, Nonele. I see you are in leadership, but can you please don't discuss this in the briefing, but can it be something that I can speak to you about? And you can trust Nonele with that secret, right? So we need to also start to become those bystanders. But unfortunately, this session is not for me only. It's for all of us, right? There are experts, right? Maybe you have been, finding yourself that, that pads always is not the one for me. What are the options that are there? Maybe you also have faced a similar situation where, you needed to ask, how do I get active in these networks, right? So firstly, we'll open up a round of hands on the floor. Let's ask question. Let's not feel like when it's open to the floor, we're limited to question. We can also share a bit about our lived experience, right? We can also maybe acknowledge what they're sharing. And maybe we can ask them, how do I get into those space? Because the question has always been, I see you are all these things. How do I get in, right? Because we get there, and we become, I'm the first woman. I'm the only woman. It's something we come here, But have you opened that door for another lady to come in, right? So let's engage. I'll take 3 hands. I'm always tricky about this thing. I'm gonna take the 2 on front. Nonele, no, later on. And I'm gonna take the lady also at the back with the cap. Yellow, no, yellow.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Noxolo Mthethwa. I'm also doing civil engineering. And the other lady introduced herself as a woman of God. I'm also a woman of God. And, okay, thank you. I'm also a peer educator, by the way. But it's really not about the bio. Thank you very much for the conversation that we're about to have and for what you have taught us already. I'm dedicating the question to you, Miss, is it Tohira?
Yes.
Okay. So before I came into the peer education program, I really didn't understand the concept of rape, sexual assault, and harassment. So I didn't understand the difference, and I believe that most girls at some point, not girls only, we go through a phase where you face that or you go through that, but you're not aware that you are going through it. So I want to know, what can we do as the society and as the leaders right now? What can we do to educate one another and to help each other understand that it is wrong and what it is, because we really don't know what is happening and we don't understand the difference between all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is such a great question. And the thing is that this is what we find in our spaces. Sexual harassment, sexual assault, and rape is not spoken about because it's a taboo subject. Let's not talk about sex at all, regardless of what type. But we need to firstly understand that sex and sexual violence are 2 different things. Sex in itself is something to be enjoyed. It is something that you should do with your partner. It is something that you should be safe and should be welcomed. Sexual violence is done onto others. And how we start that conversation is by having spaces where we speak about it. Speak about what sexual harassment is. Create awareness by educating ourselves, by educating others around us. Once we have that education, once we understand that sexual harassment is any verbalized sexual attention that is unwanted, whether that is on social media or in person, right? Just because someone says something to me inappropriately and I don't like it, that does not mean that I should keep quiet about it and move on. Whereas sexual assault, on the other hand, is any form of unwanted physical contact that does not lead to penetration and that is unwanted by me or the other person that I'm trying to touch. To understand that if I do not want it, if consent was not given, it becomes an assault and harassment, right? So once we start these conversations, now we can start normalizing behaviors. Ask me if you can hug me. Don't just assume. It's small things. You assume that because we are friends, you can hug me. What if I'm uncomfortable? Did you ask if you can come into my space? And there's such a thing where, and I know most of our young women experience this before. The guy that says, "Where's my hug?" The "where's my hug" guy. If you don't like that, if you don't want to hug that person, it is assault. And you have the right to say no. So let's start normalizing say no. Let's start these conversations about, sorry, I'm uncomfortable, I don't want to take your hand, but I'm respectful enough to say, hello, how are you? I will be respectful without touching you, and that is also okay. So start educating and then start normalizing. That's how we change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is also Nokolo Chele. Currently an RSA in my res, Mari. Currently a peer educator, currently a peer helper, a former house committee, and an advocate for change. So my question is directed to Mrs. Hlubi. It's been a question I've been having ever since I got here as a first year last year, is where can I find reusable pads? I know that a lot of people don't know that they're reusable pads, but they are pads that you can use for 5 years. Like you just put them, then after you're done, maybe like for 3 to 4 hours, you wash them. It's reusable pads. I got them in 2018, but after that I didn't find them anymore. So like, where can we find reusable pads? And also another question came from Miss Lutuli, facilitator. How do we deal, okay, it's all of you guys, but how do we deal with the problem of, in the previous session we were talking about how males are the one maybe like that block our ways and whatnot and whatnot. Like, my question is, how then do we deal with females? I'm an empowered female, yes, and the people here are also empowered. How about the people that don't attend such empowering sessions? How do we then like empower them so that they can stop pulling us down? Because the minute now I take an opportunity, there's a door for me and I take it. Someone is jealous because of now I'm also in RSA now, so they want to bring me down. They want to stop me from continuing and developing myself. How then do I stop? How then do I empower them to, like, I don't know, to accept that, no man, better yourself, don't pull me down. Obviously I'm better than you because I'm empowered. How then do you want to, you understand? So like, I don't know, it's frustrating and irritating, but then how do we go about educating the people and also telling them not to be ignorant, because I feel like it's ignorance that they have. I don't want to say stupidity, but it is. Thank you.
I think she raised quite an interesting question. I will allow, this is the part where I enjoy being a facilitator. I would speak after them and say, copy and paste, and, I'll allow the speakers to maybe engage in the questions that were raised.
Okay, so you can find reusable pads on many shelves. That's also another product that we advocate for a lot because it is comfortable. It also dries quicker, so the irritation and the rashes aren't as frequent. And if you're not comfortable maybe with the vaginal devices like a cup or a tampon, it's a really nice alternative. So the cloth pad, that is true, it lasts, I think it's 5 to 7 years for a cloth pad, and then menstrual cups are a minimum of 5 years to 10 years because they're made out of medically graded silicone. I think Dis-Chem has a few varieties. I know that right now they were running a special where if you buy one, you're donating a packet to a girl in need. But part of the problem with reusable products is the education behind menstruation. So for a very long time, women believe that menstrual blood is dirty. How many of us here think that menstrual blood smells? Does it? Are you sure? Okay. It does smell, right? Okay. So if I cut my finger, if I had to cut my finger, get a paper cut on my finger right now, what's the first thing I'll do? Ne? That's it. But when it comes to our menstrual blood, and the reason why reusable pads aren't as popular is because women don't want to touch their menstrual blood. They're having to wash the blood off of the pad. If you get a nosebleed on your shirt, you're gonna touch that blood like it's nothing. If you cut your finger, okay. So small education. Okay, so our menstrual blood is not dirty. It just serves a different purpose. What is the purpose of menstrual blood? When do we not get our period? When you're pregnant, right? So that means that menstrual blood, the mucus, and all the other goodies that are in your uterus are there to support the child or the embryo in that first couple of weeks. Because that blood is rich and it's nutritious. That's why people are stealing our pads and selling them off, right? Okay, so that blood is rich in nutrition and it's there to support the embryo in the first couple of weeks. And that's why that uterine lining needs to shed so that there's fresh blood should pregnancy happen in the next cycle. Your body's not cleaning itself, it's not dirty, but that blood has purpose. So once it has not served its purpose, it needs to be shed so that fresh blood can come, because nothing can live on an old surface, because if that blood stays there for 2-3 months, it's not nutritious anymore, it does not have any value. Okay, it cannot support life. Okay, so that's the first thing. So debunking the theory of menstrual blood being smelly. If you look at a pad, what is a pad made out of? Made out of cotton. What color is cotton when it grows in the wild? It's like a creamy color, right? How do they get that cotton from that creamy color to white? Chemicals and bleach, right? Now, do you think those companies sit and rinse all the chemicals out? Or it's just put through a machine to mass produce all those pads? And then where does it go? See, make up your pad. Underneath, ne? And then what do? You pull on a pair of tights. If you're a schoolgirl, you put on a pair of tights, or you put on a pair of jeans, and then what do? You sit on top of it. You go sit in lectures, or you sit in the office. What's going to happen there? That blood is coming into contact with those chemicals, even if it's on a micro level. It's between your thighs. It's hot, right? And sweaty. So there's no ventilation. There's no air. And then you're menstruating for how many days? So what do you think is happening to that skin, guys, after that? Is it still going to be fresh? Okay, so is it the menstrual blood that smells, or is it the product that we're using that's contributing to the smell? It's the product, right? Yeah, so menstrual blood does not smell. So if we can start to teach children, so when we go to schools, we actually do a 2-hour workshop with the girls. We don't just go and drop off the cups for them. We're not there for 30 minutes. We teach them and we take them through all of this. Because most of us were told, before ulale uzuhlambe, xa uvuka ekuseni uzuhlambe. Do you understand? So it's almost like you being indirectly told that you are dirty, because they're not saying it in so many words, but into ehlanjwa into enjani, into emdaka, ne? So now we're trying to teach young girls from a young age that periods are not dirty. If you feel like your period smells, these are the possible reasons. Look at the products, because people that use tampons will not tell you about a smell, but people that are using pads will tell you about menstrual blood.
Thank you so much. Then I will give the second question to Tohira.
Okay, thank you. So you touched on how can you empower the other person who is not in the space? The person who wants to take over your space, the person who is jealous in a sense, right? We need, as young women, to take up space unapologetically. Take up space. Fill that space. You are there because you are currently in all of these positions. You weren't put there by someone willy-nilly. You worked for that space. So take it up. And once someone asks you, So why are you there? What are you doing? Would you like to sit in the space? Let me mentor you. Let me show you how I got here. Let me teach you. Let me teach you how to do this. Empower yourself. There's another conference coming up. Go to it. Have you heard about the spaces that I've been in? Right? So remove that underlying jealousy or that underlying sense of, I'm here, I'm going to keep all my secrets to myself, I'm not going to tell anyone else, and I'm going to move forward. We will move forward. We will go. We will do. So and confront them. Confront them. Oh my word, I heard you said X, Y, and Z about me. Wow. I didn't know you felt that way. I'm sorry you feel that way. What's your issue? How can we move forward? We are always told that we are emotional. We are always told that we work things out based on our feelings and how we are feeling that day. So let's leave the emotions aside. Let's start creating spaces for other women in our spaces, for others. So take up space and allow others to bask in your space.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you give it? It is indeed, again, going to my favorite quote that says, educate a woman, educate a nation. I saw all of you guys changing your heads because now you got a new education that you didn't know. Who felt like they were educated about something that they've been going through for years, they didn't even understand. See, this is why spaces like this are created. Toria said, it starts actually by education. Then we can start to normalize behavior. It's difficult to start the other way around and want to normalize before you educate someone, because that's where friction starts. I didn't know you felt this way, but maybe if you had said, please don't hug me because I'm not comfortable. Now the next time they see you, they want to hug you. But if all of a sudden, hey, you're not wanting to be hugged, you're moving away, I don't know, I'm offending you, now we're not speaking. So it starts again from education, then we go to what? Normalizing behavior. And by normalizing, don't feel bad. Say, please don't touch me. And then it must not be even a discussion, right? But start by education. So I'm going to take again the last hand, then we're going to open it up again to the last three hands. No, we still have on the floor. You can go.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nkita Palasana, the Faculty Rep of Applied Sciences. A GCI ambassador, the champion. I am a former House Committee member of DGH, SLB, and Rachem. I am a female politician. Before I start saying anything, the RSA said that how to go then and engage other females to come in this type of circles. I have just looked at the newsflash and checked if this event was published on the newsflash, and unfortunately it was not. So the problem starts there, because when you come to such events, I can see familiar faces that were here yesterday. So the problem starts with publishing as an institution. Because even with GCI, I don't remember a time, sorry Mel to say this, but I don't remember a time where we took a form and put it on newsflash and say, those that are interested, can they please come and join us? Because now you find peer educators and peer helpers occupying the space. And also, as people that are here, I'd say that we can reach out to the students that are not here. So let's take this as an opportunity or as a training to go back to our residences and do a female Thursdays or Wednesday where we all go to the TV room and talk. And mine, it is not to put a question, but to comment. I'd like to say to Mam Nonkosi and all the organizing team that we appreciate such spaces, because we not always get such opportunity to come and look at each other and say whatever that we want to say as women. Because in the political space, I liked what Sis Palisa said, that we must occupy each and every space. But in CPUT, it is very sad that when you go to the politics of CPUT, when you go to SASCO, EFF, PASMA, you find few females. But we speak of women in leadership, where students don't take part. Mine would say that being a peer educator does not say that you can't become a politician. It all goes with time management. I'm a faculty rep, I have too much in my hands, but I manage to make sure that my studies comes first, and I manage to make sure that in GCI I'm always there. I make sure that for EFF I make time. I'm not here to preach for EFF, but I'm here to tell females that as females, let's occupy the space. Males must feel the pressure, because when we were here yesterday, others were even agitated, asking that what are females doing here? We were here to benchmark what are they really saying, so that we can go back to females and tell them that the males are saying A, B, C, D. So as females, let's restructure. Because what we lack here is one. When you go to these meetings of EFF, you only find 2 females. When you go to these BGMs, you only find 2 females. When we go to SRC elections, you don't find an EC rep that is a female. We want that to come to an end. We want females to occupy the space, occupy each and every space you find. You must take part in everything. Lastly, I want to go to that thing of MENA Cups. I appreciate the initiative, but the question is, where do we find it? Because I've never seen it in ShopRite. I've never seen it in Pick n Pay. Also, when do we go about going res to res and do training and tell female students about this thing? Because it does not end in CPUT. Before being a student, we are community members. We need to go back there and tell the females back at home that sanitary towels are expensive. We need to use this reusable cup, because in GCI we speak of sustainability. So that MENA cup is sustainable. But now, how do we then go? Then it means the number of females that are here in this room, we all need training. We need to know where do we find it. Also, can the MENA cups be available in January? Because we find a traffic of female students having problems. I'd like to appreciate the lady there in front, because when we're struggling in January, it's a
Sorry,
bit that
my leader, I would have to cut you.
Yes.
Please summarize.
I would like to appreciate the leader there in front, because in January when we had issues of students, she was there all the time providing sanitary towels and everything. These are type of females we need. Peer helpers and everyone, can you please in January be available? Because those students need support emotionally and physically. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But before I give it to our speaker, I think the room owes that lady an apology, because she raised a concern that maybe we have a different information of. But all we said, this is how we start to normalize behavior, because she could have sat down and felt like she's embarrassed. But when she was speaking about something that maybe you're sitting here, you are aware of the information, you know when it was published, you could have said, can I tell you where it was? When it was, because that's where it starts. It starts by killing each other's confidence. When we're speaking, someone is wooing you, someone is saying something. So everyone in this room actually owes her an apology, because we are here to say we are trying to normalize behavior, but we're still behaving the same. Of course, it might be that she does not know, we know. That's where it starts. Let's educate her, let's teach her, but instead of wooing her. So it is actually something that I don't think it was acceptable, and I just thought I would raise it before I can give it to Uhlubi to answer the question that she had. Thank you.
So the MENA menstrual cup can be found at Clicks. It comes in 2 different sizes. This is a regular size. We donate to 18 and above, and then there's a smaller size in that comes in a yellow box. And when you buy 1 cup, you donate 1 to the foundation. So when you go to Clicks and buy one, I think it's 165 Rand for 1 cup. And yeah, so this is what it looks like. Yeah, so this is what the cup looks like. I think Mel has a box with her in front. So before you guys leave, please go grab your free Mina menstrual cup. So yes, so we did do a training with some of the, sorry? Yeah, about 50 to 60 students. So I am doing my best to put in structures at each university to provide support, because ideally I would like to just ship the cups over to you guys. So I will come back again, maybe beginning of February, we can plan it. And I really need first year resident students to be involved, because that'll make my life easy going forward. Because third years and graduate students, you guys are here for 12 months and you guys leave. So if we can get first years into the program as MENA champions, we have those students for 3 to 4 years, and then the education process is a lot easier. For now, we are distributing through the clinics, and we are going to do our best to get to the residences. Unfortunately, because we are an NPO, we're going to need you guys to really rally and buy and email me, write me letters, as many as you can, so that we can put this forward to the sponsors. 1,000 cups is not enough. We're not even scratching the surface, but because we are an NPO, we need some form of funding to get these cups to students.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hlubi. Okay, so I do have 10 more minutes left, right? 5 or 4? Yes. But I thought maybe to engage, because I know they're in front, they want to answer. I'll protect you, my leader. It is quite important as well as students to educate ourselves. So there is this norm of educate a woman, educate a nation, but there is also educate yourself so that you can educate others. So I know that they want to respond and said it was on Newsflash, because that's what I saw. That's where I saw it as well. Even when it was postponed, that was also sent on Newsflash. So let's keep up with that. So we're gonna again take, and this time I'm gonna be very strict, right? You only have 2 minutes to ask a question, so I'm gonna open up to, because we have so much to engage on, right? There's still so much in our plate, right? I'm gonna give just 2 questions, and trust me, I'm gonna be very, you know, they saying yesterday, women were not allowed to speak. So I'm gonna ask someone who has not spoken before. I'm gonna ask her in the back, and this one, and the 3, 2 minutes each. And can we all ask the question, then we can just answer in one as the speakers. Okay.
Hi, my name is Yonela. I'm a woman. I don't have titles. My question goes to you. Okay, so I am one of the women that had a problem, and thank you for educating me today that is the cause, because I've been using and trying a lot of products, and ziyanchabula to form amaqhakuva. And this one time I tried e-tampon. So I want you to educate me. Is there a way to put it on kahle, or is it just uncomfortable? Like, it being uncomfortable is a norm, and it is my first time hearing about this menstrual cup, very first time.
Thank you so much. The same leaders that come, so she kept it 2 minutes, she was done. So let's do it and follow that order. It's her, then at the back. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is also related to you. There's a lot of stigma around cotton pads, like the cloth pads, and also the cups as well. As much as we know they exist, I personally know, I know there's a lot of people that don't know. But I don't think right now, I would take this right now and go use it, because I feel like it's gonna be uncomfortable, or like even not being dirty, even not me touching dead, as we've learned today that it's not dead. But I feel like also in your education part, you should include also like how then do we overcome the stigmas, because we are scared to use this, because like, what if I put this cup and it goes, you know, like those things. Can you please like educate us, so that even today when we live here, when we are telling other people about this, we also like, when they ask questions, we are able to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonabe Sestemelu. Lisujama Suhlatu Zangomvelweni. My question is also directed to you, Sis Hlubi. I do clothing and textile technology, so we work with fibers, we work with man-made fibers, and we also work with natural fibers. So I wanted to know, since the cap is probably made out of synthetic fibers, in a long run, how does these fibers have an effect in our bodies? Because we all know that we can have microplastic chips consumed when we're drinking water. So my concern is, if we use these caps, what effects do they have on us on a long run? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll give it to, I feel like all the questions are coming to Hlubi. I'll give it to Hlubi, then we will summarize today's session.
Okay, thank you so much for all your questions. So the first thing I'm going to address is that we do full education on the vagina. What is a vagina? What does it look like? What is its functions? And unfortunately today I don't have the platform all the time to do the education like I normally would. So you shouldn't experience any form of discomfort using e-period products, right? That's also why the education process is so important, because there's chemicals in the products, they're affecting our skin, they smell, and then also inserting your products. If you use an applicator, you won't find the same issue as when you just using your finger to get your tampon inside your vagina. So your vagina is not straight. I know when you look at diagrams, it looks like it's straight. It's actually kind of curved. So when you're inserting your tampon, you insert it in a downwards angle towards your bum. To accommodate that curve, because if you're putting it straight, you are more likely to get an irritation. So you should be putting it in, going downwards, and then pushing it in. And then you'll see that it'll slip in a lot easier. Because if you put it in straight, you are now coming into contact with that curvy part, and it's not going to enter smoothly. And then the second question, you are absolutely right. So that issue is mostly with e-tampons. You guys have seen how hairy a tampon is, right? And those little particles can become stuck or lodged inside the vagina and cause various issues. This cup is made out of medically graded silicone. Where else in the body do you find silicone? In the breast. And how long can a woman keep implants in her body for? It's 10 years. It's 10 to 15 years depending, right? So Umina is made out of medically graded silicone, which means that she's safe to use for up to 10 years. And because of her makeup, because of the way she is, there's no microparticles that come off. She goes inside the vagina, yes. So you fold her. You fold your Mina. And she goes inside the vagina. She collects the menstrual flow. And then you spill out the blood. You can rinse it, fold, and reinsert. And because she's hypoallergenic and does not hold on to any dirt, once you've sterilized her, you shouldn't have any issues with smells or infections. Just make sure that your hands are clean. Okay.
Thank you so much, Hlubi. I know it raises questions, right? That's why Hlubi is going to be with us for the next 2 days. So be like me in coffee time. Be like, hey, Hlubi, I know you're getting coffee, but can we speak a bit, right? I'm just going to give just 1 minute each speaker to maybe give a takeaway words to the beautiful mentees and mentors that are here, and also our guest. Just 1 minute, then we're going to move to our next session. Maybe we can start with Enya.
First of all, thank you so much for the platform, and thank you so much for letting me share my passion. But I think going forward, we need to find intellectual ways of fighting our battles. So when I go into spaces, I educate and I answer the questions through biological facts. So I don't argue through my emotions. I don't try to prove that I'm more clever than the next person. I've done my research, and the best way to win battles is by speaking facts and speaking truth. You know, so no one's ever called me emotional, because I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling you biological facts about the body, about the vagina. You know, people have attacked me regarding virginity. I don't get upset. I speak facts. I did not make this up. You know, these are biological facts. Function of vagina will always remain the same, but we need to advocate for women and girls to be able to have an even playing ground because men don't go through the same problems.
I promised before I came up here, I had a whole thing written on my phone, and I didn't say a single thing that was written down. But in closing, I would like to encourage each and every one of you to take the steps towards being an empowered bystander, right? Being an empowered bystander is not a choice, but it's a responsibility. It's a responsibility to create difference within our spaces. And this responsibility has the chance and the potential to bring about such a positive change within our communities and within our institutional spaces. So thank you so much for your time and your commitment, and thank you for allowing us to come up and have this platform to empower you to be empowered bystanders. So I do hope that we are able to make the world a better place and make our spaces a better place. Thank you.
I do want to say that I don't feel like you really gave them a round of applause, so let's really do. It is not only when queens walk in and president walks in that we stand up and appreciate women. So these women are actually fighting the battles. So I do want us again to stand up and really give them their flowers while they're still here. Thank you so much. To my lovely speakers, indeed, we can safely say our generation is in safe hands, right? So the next session is one where remember, we're not here to only be empowered, right? We are here to create pathways for those that are coming, right? Your first year is next year. But we're also here to create for those that, as she said, we left behind in the room, right? So I'm hoping next time when you leave your RSA, you can come with all your ladies and say, you know what, even if they didn't RSVP, we'll stand and tell Mama Nkosi at the door that I bought 17 ladies, they need to come and listen. SRC would come with all their people, because it starts from us saying, come, I found a way, let's go together. You know. So when we're coming there, Dr. Voyo and Dr. Nyatela, we must bring all the ladies in the department and say, we found ways that we can bring back, right? So this is actually that session where we're going to speak about our shared experience, right? And also finding solution. Because it is one thing to identify a problem, but a greater leader finds solutions so that the next person does not have to go through that. Mam Nonkosi says, just because you have scars in the back, you must make sure that then the ones that comes after, you don't have to have the same scars. We must not all have war cries in our back. Some of us can say, yo, Mam Nonkosi had that cry, but no, I'm not gonna go through that. So our next section would be a round of tables where we all, in equal, right? We will sit in chairs and we'll speak about the following topics. So I think you can choose which topic you want to be, or you'll be, yes, they will be at a table. The first one is, what do young women at CPUT need to feel supported, right? And then the second one is, what role can students and staff play in mentoring young women at CPUT? Identifying the challenges faced by young women at CPUT and possible solutions or resources that can be put in place. How do young women support each other? Transformation and inclusion. What does it mean for young women? So as we move to the same place where we had our lunch, let's sit in round tables. Try to sit in places where it's with people that you don't know. Don't sit with your friends, because you're not going to learn much with your friends, right? So engage yourself to network with other people. There are mentors. There are people that are here. I see Dr. Zen is also here. So try to engage and sit with those people that you also want to learn from, right? So as we go in there, it's going to be a 45-minute session. Let's share as much, and then we can come back and we'll conclude with the session. Remember, whatever you're discussing there, you are creating a path for a next woman that will be reading it. Right. Thank you so much. We can break. So if you hadn't gotten an opportunity to scan, please scan and speak about your expectation. We really wanted to do this before the beginning, but we're all rushing, trying to get into order. But please, okay, let's pretend like it didn't happen, right? You can be as honest as when you were coming in. What were you expecting in the conference, right? Okay, welcome back from the session. I really hope that you got to know someone new in the table, but you also got to share and you got to create this beautiful map that will be putting it somewhere. I know, right? It's going to be somewhere. So someone is going to pass and read what you guys wrote, and maybe 50 years down the line, you can, when someone says, quote that thing, and you can say, I remember I was sitting in that table, right? But ngesiXhosa kuthiwa okungapheliyo kuyahlola, right? That's what Xhosa says, and English says all good things must come to an end, right? But unfortunately, this is not that one. It's just a pause for today, right? But before that, firstly, I would like first to apologize. We ran a bit out of the schedule. We're supposed to be going home now. But, when women meet together, there's so much to discuss, right? Next up, I would like to call Thandile Ndoyisile. Sorry, I am very bad in pronouncing Xhosa names, and no, yes, I'm Xhosa. Please apologize. But before I can call up Thandile to just speak a bit about evaluation for today, I want to make a quick announcement. There is someone who lost a laptop bag. So if you have seen a backpack, okay, please, the person that lost the bag must come speak to Melin in front. But let's please give a round of applause as Thandile comes forward just to give us the evaluation for today.
Can you hear me? I feel like it's a little bit short for me. Anyways, my name is Thandile Ndoyisile, and I am the PR intern for Campus Health. But that's not important for me. I'm a child of God. I am saved. And before I talk more, I would like to make this disclaimer that I do have a minor stutter. So if you hear any technical speaking, just know it's coming. One of the things that, before I get into that, one of the things that I have taken from today, something that I humbly I relate to is actually learning, getting out of your comfort zone. One of the things that I've always done is to box myself because of my stuttering. For 18 years of my life, I used to box myself. I didn't like presentations. I remember my first year of varsity, I did a presentation and I cried. I was like, no, why did I choose PR? Because no way. But I am glad that I took this venture of getting out of this box that I was in, because now I can finally speak freely with people. So I encourage you all to just get out of that box of opportunities and just explore your whole potential, because look at me now, I can literally speak. Okay, but enough about me. I humbly please ask you guys to scan what's behind me, the QR code that's behind me, and just let us know your thoughts on the conference. I had fun, so just scan the code and let us know your thoughts. And also please invite your friends to come tomorrow so they can also get empowered, just like you were empowered today. And also just enjoy yourselves for the rest of the day. And before I go, I would love to also introduce my amazing mentor, Miss Melanie Swanson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stand there. No, in fact, please stand this side. Ladies that wear heels, guys, sorry, I'm just going to show. This is me in a very important meeting. This is me in a very not important meeting. Every morning I'm like, you know what, today, it's that day. I'm gonna wear that heel. You know, don't think I don't buy them. I buy them. And then I'm like, ish, I have to run up, you know, I have to do this thing. So can we just say wow to Mel? You can see. I can see she was trying so much to come to the mic as soon as possible because, but I was like, can you please just stand there for a while? Because I need to read her bio. But I like to firstly say, wow, what a woman. So Melanie is the head of the HIV program for student affairs and currently the acting HOD campus health. She has a BCAR, or is it BCAR? Yeah, BCAR and BCAR degree in nursing, obtained from the University of the Western Cape. The focus area of her thesis was in HIV treatment, enhancing and development of electrical treatment enhancement guidance in antiretroviral treatment. This tool reports on aspects of treatment barriers and impact of handling. See proper bio of people with, big words. She commenced her career in higher education in 2014 in student support environment and implemented several leadership development programs like HIV prevention and student development. She played a key role in the institutional response to the recent COVID-19 pandemic and is currently in the process of completing her doctoral studies in higher education management at the University of Bath in UK. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also introduce you to one of my first mentor as a peer ed, Melanie, to do the closing remarks.
There we go. All right, I am very short. And I must just tell you what happened to me. I went for an interview a few years ago. And one of the interviewers was a man. And you know what they asked me? And he made me very aware of my size. He asked me, have you ever found that people discriminate against you because of your size? And it really never bothered me, but then suddenly, when I see myself in a picture with other people, then I think to myself, but this man was actually right. I am actually small. Okay, but it hasn't affected me. But also, I realized that I shouldn't box myself. Because of somebody thinking I am small, now I put myself in a small box and I act and I live according to the small box. So yeah, so what I wanted to say to you, please do not let anybody judge you based on what they think you are. You know your value. You know we've learned today about stepping out, stepping up. And what we need to do is we really need to take what we've received. We received some food, really a plate of food that has proteins, carbs, it has minerals, it has everything that you need to take in and really go forth. And I want to encourage the young women. As you can see, I had to take off my jacket. And you know why? Can anybody tell me? Some of my colleagues will know. Hot flashes. I'm in the hot flashes stage of my life. Yes. Can you believe it? So I got hot. We were just dancing a little bit, but I'm like overheated now at the moment. Okay. So we would really like to see you here tomorrow. If you can't be here, remember we've learned so much. If you can't be here, we have a campus here with a lot of students in the residences. If you can't be here, send somebody else in your place. Let somebody else get what you've learned today. Is that an agreement? Who's going to come tomorrow? Okay. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we need to be here. You can dress up if you want to. The same clothes that you were going to wear to church tomorrow, you can wear here. So you have no excuse that you can't be here tomorrow because you have an outfit that you need to wear somewhere else. You can wear it here. Okay, guys? So let's enjoy ourselves tomorrow. This is a conference that happens once a year. Hopefully in the future we can have it in the first semester and in the second semester. Is that an agreement, guys? Yes. Do we need more of this? Yes. All right. So let us come together tomorrow and let's really just take with us what we've learned. I am very, very excited to hear what Lusapo has to share tomorrow, and Flora and all the other speakers. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Bless you all. And really, I don't have words for the past 2 days. I think it's the first time at CPUT had a men's conference and a women's conference in one period. Friday, the men's conference, Saturday and Sunday, the women's conference. We must give ourselves a hand for that. Thank you. Pleasure.
Let's give Melanie again a round of applause. Indeed, when beautiful women meet in one place, there's so much to share and so much to take home. I'm sure there's so much that we need to chow in and digest. Hopefully when we come tomorrow, maybe let's raise hand. Who's coming again tomorrow? Now raise hand if you're bringing someone with you. Perfect. So there's like 50 of us. I'm expecting to see 100, right? Hopefully that's what will be. Please thank you for this is where I come to an end. Thank you for listening in and participating in this session today. I hope beyond and everything, we all learn something that we're going to impact on the next woman. Remember always, each one educate the next.
So while Tabiso, sorry, I was just sign language to my interns there to quickly assist. We just want to say, Palesa, through all your difficulties with your luggage being lost, with you showing up despite all of that, we know many people would have said, this is too much, She even Ubered because I was here and I was busy and the driver wasn't answering his phone. She Ubered. That's how much she wanted to be here. So we just want to say, we hope that these flowers brighten your day. Thank you so, so, so much. I want to say this to everyone. Palesa, you've got a home here now at CPUT. She is going to walk with us, and we are going to walk far. And it's because of these partnerships, because of these inspiring young women. So it goes to everyone that spoke today. We want to really build this relationship with you. The staff that are here, that have sacrificed time with their family, to all of you, we appreciate you so much because you are giving back to these young people. And we really do appreciate it. We're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, but our beautiful facilitator, Lolwetu, we just want to say, Thank you for holding the space, protecting those that needed protection, for always reminding us of what we need to do. So we thank you for holding that space. Let's give her a round of applause. So with that, we conclude day 1, and we see you tomorrow morning, ladies. Please follow us on social media, EmpowHer, post your pictures, share with us, hashtag. Please let everyone know that we were here today. Thank you.